right, guys. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Why does that look like it's so high up? All right, I guess that's a little bit better. Yes, welcome back, everybody. Change the setup again. Just experimenting. You know how it is. You know how it is. Nicodemus. Irfin. What is going on? Says I should stop messing around with the spirit world. Yeah. Yeah, Mitch, your dentist sounds pretty funny. Cloudy, what's up, man? Gaming Survivor. So a lot of gaming news, lots to talk about. Too much going on. I actually didn't even realize there was I didn't even realize there was a Nintendo Direct today. I'm going to be honest. I wasn't even aware. I just kind of saw it on my timeline. I'm like, oh, well, that happened. Apparently it was a good one. I don't know. I didn't watch it. I saw like they announced the Ocarina of Time remake. Something like that. Right? The Kingdom Hearts 4? Kingdom Hearts 4 showed up? Bro, that's funny. Nintendo broke the internet with the last two announcements. Damn. Well, good for them. Yeah, it's funny. I was just totally caught off guard. I'm like, oh, wait, I didn't know there was... So I thought it was over. Like, I thought show week was over. I guess Nintendo was the last to go. Carl, you're saying 3 stated plays. Is it 3 stated plays? Yeah, how many games were announced for September at Nintendo's Direct? I'm just like seriously asking, were there any? They showed the Kingdom Hearts logo right at the beginning. You wish they announced the OLED model for the Switch 2? Do I have 2 recording studios? Yes. Yes, I do. I just pick and choose which one I want to. Soundgarden, hell yeah, bro. Well, yeah. Welcome back to the stream, guys. I appreciate you joining me today. I will let you know right up front. I'm gonna be saying a lot. I'm gonna let you know up front. I'm pretty tired today. I'm not gonna lie. Did not sleep very well last night. Had a bit of a surprise situation that popped up yesterday. I mean, things have been stressful. You know, it's funny. You go into like 2026. I'm like, this year's gonna be great. It's been a stressful year, dude. It's been a stressful year. I really got to stop saying I have to find something else to say or a different noise to make. I'll just go But yesterday, Mrs. MBG had to have some emergency dental surgery done. She was having like severe pain in her jaw for like a week, and we weren't sure what was causing it because there was nothing obvious with her teeth or her mouth, but it was getting worse and worse and worse. And it got to a point where, you know, she called the dentist and scheduled an appointment that she went to yesterday morning. And it's a good thing she did, because it turns out that she had a severe infection under a tooth that was root canaled years ago and had a cap on it. And the infection was like underneath, and it was like down to the bone. It was really, really bad. So they had to do like emergency. And she also had another tooth above it that was somehow infected. So she had to have multiple teeth removed and extracted yesterday. It was brutal, and felt really bad. You know, she was out of it for the entire day. She's doing much better now. She's recovering. She's functional today. She's much better. But, you know, obviously it's going to take a little while for that to heal. But that just came out of nowhere. Definitely not expecting that. So yeah, it's been chaotic, man. So I apologize if I seem a little bit out of it or, a little bit just hazy, but hopefully you guys understand. I appreciate you still hanging in there with me and showing up. But she's doing okay now. I think she's napping right now. She's tough, man. I'll tell you, she's one tough cookie. The way I mean, she's just like going about today totally normally. Like you wouldn't know she just had like two of her teeth ripped out yesterday. So she's tougher than me, man. I remember when I had like a couple of my teeth removed, I was like for like a week. But I appreciate it, guys. Cheese with the super chat, you're saying, I'm thinking it was maybe 3 weeks ago Microsoft changed their mind. Oh, you're talking about changing their mind with like exclusivity. Asha has a tweet still up on X of her on set shooting the Xbox show from May 22nd. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I don't know that their decision to go back to exclusives happened like literally. It's fun to imagine an 11th hour moment. I was thinking that for a little bit that it was literally like overnight. They're like, wait a second, but then you realize, well, they would have to like re-record stuff potentially. So the decision was probably made a couple weeks ago, and I was thinking more about it, and I'm like, I wonder if Microsoft learned something about Sony. Because I didn't really talk about the PlayStation side of it too much. We're like, I wonder if maybe because I mean, when you think about these companies, surely they get information about what the other company is doing. And I feel like both Sony and Microsoft, they're partnered with AMD. There's no doubt in my mind that information is crossing the stream, information that potentially doesn't even leak out to us, the public or insiders. And I feel like there's two aspects to this, like we talked about. Like on one side, people are like, well, it's good that they're going back to like doing exclusives and they're getting like serious again. But at the same time, it feels kind of like it does feel like they're just kind of going back to what they already did before. You know what I mean? So it does bring up the question like, well, if it didn't work before, what's different now? And that's kind of what I've been pondering. But I almost wonder, like, I want to tell you guys something that I was quite surprised to see this. This popped up yesterday evening, and I was like, no way. Really? So it was being reported by, I believe, Christopher Dring. Wait, why is Cyclops trending? Oh, Cyclops and Marvel Rivals. Okay. I thought it was a Marvel Tocon for a second. So yesterday evening, it was being reported by Christopher Dring. Let me see if I can find it here. The game business. See if I can find the actual quote. It's very long. Okay, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's a pretty long write up. But what Christopher Dring revealed is that apparently Microsoft was planning to show off one of their games at Sony State of Play, but quote decided against it, and this actually angered Sony. This made Sony mad. And many believe the game that was supposed to be shown off at the State of Play was Halo Campaign Evolved. And the reason why people believe that is because Microsoft released a new trailer for Halo Campaign Evolved, and it specifically said like captured on PS5 Pro. Like it had a PlayStation slant to it that people found a little bit confusing, where they're like, we get it's coming to PlayStation, but why is there a specific PlayStation slant to it? Especially when you guys are kind of making it known you really want to get back to selling consoles. This to me this might be the most fascinating thing that we've learned here to me, only because if that's true, that does, and Cheese, this kind of goes with what you were saying, although on the other end of it, if that report from Christopher Dring is true and Microsoft pulled out at like the last minute where they're like, we were going to give you a trailer for Halo, we're not doing that anymore, cut it out. That means this was like something that went down in like the last week or two. And I'm most fascinated at the idea of Sony being angry. Cheese, you're saying I bet they didn't want it to leak by not changing anything with stores or ratings boards. Then it did get leaked anyway the day before, LOL. Yeah, that makes sense too, where like this was a decision that when they made it, they're like, we don't want anybody, we don't want this getting out. And if you notify the ratings boards, retailers, it's 100% going to leak. It kind of did leak. I guess it was, it really was like Jeff Grubb who leaked it. You know, he just came out and he said like, yeah, this is a thing that just happened. Just a heads up. And people weren't sure whether or not to believe him, but he turned out to be right. But I'm fascinated by this notion that Sony was given a trailer for Halo, potentially. And Microsoft was like, never mind. Like, cut it out. And Sony was like pissed. That's so fascinating to me because it's like it really does maybe highlight that we are truly going back to the way things used to be. And by that I mean there's no more handshakes, there's no more smiles, there's no more of these companies pretending to be friendly with one another. They're all looking to cut each other's throats. Or at the very least, Sony and Microsoft are, because I don't know, man. Sony, I'm sure this maybe has thrown them for a loop, because if you're looking at it from Sony's perspective, they probably are more comfortable than they've ever been. And they probably weren't even looking at it. I mean, honestly, Sony was looking at Xbox like we're partners now, or if not partners, like we're making money together. That's what we're doing, you know? And Corey, the legend Landiga, comes and he drops one gift for you guys. Corey's like, I got a single I'm dropping today. Corey, thank you for that, bro.
I'm no hero.
Corey coming in with the single.
Never was.
Yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, feel free to do so. We've been doing good this month so far. I really appreciate that. Try to keep it going. Corey, let me add that to the counter here. We'll see if Boss comes down here today. I don't know. He's been lazy. Ray, you're saying Xbox needs some exclusives or Helix won't sell. Well, we're gonna talk more about. I know that this is something that people want to talk about more extensively. The only thing, I've talked about it for a little while, certainly after the Xbox event, but you know, we've allowed things to we've allowed the dust to settle a little bit. So we'll definitely talk about it some more and see what's going on here. And Michael Werneth comes in. Oh wow, okay, we got a bit of a. So Corey drops one, and then Michael drops 5. Michael. Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for the 5 member gifts. That brings us up to 6. Appreciate that, man. Chris, you're saying my new RTX 5070 PC is 1 hour away. Can't wait. I hope whoever's delivering it, Chris, trips and just like trips out of the truck. While they're getting it out of the truck, they trip out of the truck. They don't get hurt, but their entire body lands on that PC and destroys it. All right, Chris, I hope that's what happens to you. I'm in a bad mood today, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hopefully everything's good. Now that I've said that, Chris is going to be all paranoid like MBG just hexed my PC and it's going to come destroyed. If it does, I promise I had nothing to do with it. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. Imagine being that delivery guy, though. You know? That sucks. I'm sure that shit happens all the time. But, Ray, you were saying with... Oh, wait, Mateto, I'm sorry, bro. How could I miss your super chat? Mateto comes in with a super chat. He says, hey, MBG, what's your take on people who used to argue that Gears of War E-Day should remain exclusive because it's supposedly sold poorly on PlayStation, but are now claiming that tons of PlayStation players are upset because the game won't be coming after all. Are PlayStation users interested in Gears or not? LOL. It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of that going on right now, Mateto. And I mean, I think as with most things that are deemed even remotely controversial these days, it's really hard to determine like where the truth is. The truth usually lies somewhere in the middle. I think Gears of War Reloaded selling poorly on PlayStation 5 is not necessarily an accurate reflection of how it would sell, how Gears of War E-Day would sell on PlayStation 5. I say that because I just have this feeling that most PlayStation players who at any point in time were interested in playing Gears of War, like the first one, probably already did. I mean, you're talking about a game that came out 2005, was a launch title for the Xbox 360. I'm certain most of those people already played it on 360 or maybe during the Xbox One or maybe on PC. At some point they played it. And I think like I don't know, I just think that if Microsoft, I don't know, Microsoft is making it clear that they've made Gears of War E-Day exclusive to sell consoles. They made that clear. They literally came out and said that. They said they want to give people a reason to buy an Xbox, which is funny because it's like, well, yes, that makes sense, right? Like they're literally saying the thing that people were clowning on Sony and Nintendo for doing, or for saying. Now they're saying the same thing. And to me, it makes sense because it's always made sense. It's like, yeah, that's how you sold Xboxes before. If you want to try to sell them again, you probably are going to want exclusives. All I will say to that, Mateto, is that if they did make the decision to not put Gears of War E-Day on PS5 because they were afraid it wouldn't sell, I think that may have been a mistake because I'm pretty sure Gears of War E-Day would have done just fine, or at the very least, decently. You know, it wouldn't. I don't think it would have flopped because I think there is a difference in excitement. There's a difference in excitement for a remaster of Gears of War 1 and a brand new Gears of War game that looks like it's going back to the roots. Um, are PlayStation players interested in Gears of War? I think probably to an extent, yeah. I think PlayStation players are interested enough in Gears of War that if a brand new Gears game dropped day one on PS5, it'd probably do decent to well. I guess what I'm trying to say here is you probably shouldn't look at Gears of War Reloaded as the barometer, you know. Mitch, I see you're asking how to become a channel member, saying you're a man of your word. Well, you don't have to become a member, man. But if you do want to support what I do here a little bit more, I will actually drop the link for you. And this goes for anybody else. If you want to become a member and support, feel free to do so. I'll drop the link in the chat. And by the way, Ray, do you have? You think I would have it on hand? Do you have the PO box? If you do, Ray, so not a big deal if you don't, but if you do, drop that in the chat as well for people. You would think I have that ready to go. I actually don't. But Potato, it's a good question, man. We'll dive deeper into that conversation about exclusivity and what Microsoft's goal here is. I mean, I think their goal is pretty simple. You know, I think we're kind of back to where things were because that's the read I'm getting, man. I'll be honest. Like the read I'm getting is like, yeah, we're going back to the days of the console wars where you have major competitors that are all being very aggressive and trying to sell their hardware and convince people, even if that market is capped at like 200 million people, we want you to buy our console. We want you to buy our hardware. Cheese, you're saying with the super chat here, that's the same argument on PC. Nobody bought PlayStation games, but then apparently all PC players are upset future PlayStation games are gone from PC. It makes no sense. Yeah, like I saw people bringing up like Ghost of Yotei in the news that it was like the PC port was canceled. And what I find personally strange, Cheese, now I don't know if this is something you guys have been encountering. I don't know. Maybe it's just something that's unique to me. But I've been encountering, like, mainly on Twitter, to be honest. I've been encountering a lot of people replying to me or adding at me, being like, "Oh, you're upset now that Microsoft is doing what Sony's been doing this whole time." And it's like, "What are you talking about? Like, this isn't upsetting in the least. This is the opposite. This is good. This means more competition. This means Sony's going to take things more seriously now." Like I've been saying for years now, like ever since Xbox decided to make this decision, I've always said that, like, if they want to go back to exclusives, okay. And when Sony decided to do it by pulling away from PC, it's like, yeah, because here's your choice. Here's your option, Sony. Either continue to backport your games to PC to poor sales, or go day and date and get better sales. But if you go day and date, you don't know what that's going to do to your console sales. So make a choice. And they made the choice. They said our console sales are more important. They take priority. And I'm like, that makes sense. That's where your bread and butter is. Um, what Xbox is doing now, it almost feels like this is what they should have been doing the whole time. And I think a lot of people feel that way. But there's a couple things that we learned after the showcase. There's one thing in particular that I want to talk to you guys about that to me really sets the stage. And Chris with the super chat says, "My PlayStation will still be my main place to play single player games, but I can't keep paying for PS Plus and Game Pass for multiplayer access. So stupid." Yeah, I mean, that's fair, Chris. I've always said to people that, like, if one of your main reasons for going to PC is because you don't want to pay to use your internet, I can't argue with that. I still pay for it. I pay for it yearly. Um, but I've never been one to defend that or act like I don't understand why somebody would go to PC knowing that you don't have to pay for multiplayer access. It is a straight up advantage that PC has over console. And, it just seems like that's the way it's going to be. It's the way it's been. It's the way it's going to stay. And we also have Kane Z7. He says, "Hey, MBG in chat. Just came here to drop some subs because I'm happy AF. In 1 week, spam REV Final Fantasy VII Part 3. And today, new Atelier game was announced on the Nintendo Direct. Man, I'll be eating good." Yeah, I appreciate that, Kane. And yeah, dude, it's, God, like, I've been trying to wade through all of the games that, like, I was looking over a list yesterday of, like, all the games, you know, and it's just too much. And Kane Z7 comes in. Kane Z7, he drops 10 member gifts on you guys. Kane, thank you so much for that, man. He did just say in his last message. He's coming to drop some subs. Digital Dude, I'll try to read your last messages. Let me see. You said, do you for some Digital Dude, for some reason, the last message it's showing me from today is, "Do you agree with my comment? Is it only a PlayStation thing where they attack them?" Oh, wait, hold on. You're asking, is it only a PlayStation thing where they attack them? You mean, I'm trying to understand what you're asking here, Digital Dude. I'm trying my best to keep up with the chat. Sorry if I miss, like, there are plenty of messages I would like to read. If I don't read it, I apologize. Lure Cannon, you're saying, "I feel like Xbox made that decision after rumors of Sony not releasing their single player games on PC. They probably did not like that." That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that one. That's actually a really good point. Because, yeah, maybe Microsoft was like, "Hey, we'll give access to your games through having Steam potentially available." Hmm. Uh, Hold on one sec. Sorry, guys. Hold on one sec. Um, Okay. Yeah, so there's some interesting conversion stuff going on. I noticed with the memberships. Sorry, hold on. That's weird. Hang tight, guys. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just thrown off because I know, like, it seems like there's some kind of update. Those 10 member gifts that Kane Z7 dropped. Like it's doing some weird conversion thing, and it's just throwing me off. It didn't do that before. What's the currency that is? What is it? Is that the Bra- Brazilian real? Is that what that is? I don't know. This stuff's confusing me. Anyway, sorry. I'm just confused because you dropped 10 member gifts, but it's not like converting to that fully or something on my end. And I don't know what it actually, like, I don't know what the actual amount is here. I know you guys probably, it's probably not showing up on your end. It's just back end stuff for me, but anyway. All right. Trying to see. I asked Digital Dude a question. I don't know if he answered it. He said go up more. Yeah, Digital Dude. You will have to retype whatever the message you're trying to send. It's not coming through. Like it literally YouTube is holding it and I can't see it. So you might have to reword it. And we have a super chat from Makwi Ninja. And he says GP eats sales and nothing is exclusive if it's on PC. Their next console is a PC. Xbox is still worthless. They dug a hole they can't get out of. You think so, Makwi Ninja? I mean, there's a lot of different theories I have. I don't know which one I'm leaning more towards. Well, I do, to be honest. I do have one theory in particular that I'm leaning more towards, and my theory is the opposite of yours, Makwi Ninja. Although you didn't really present it as a theory, like I agree with the context of what you're saying, generally speaking, but I have a theory. El Unico, you're saying, do exclusives sell consoles? We're going to find out. Hmm. And we have Mitch. Thank you for that, buddy. Mitch did become a channel member. He's a man of his word. And actually, I'm going to update that. We're at 17 members. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Sorry if I'm a little thrown off right now. I gotta, excuse me, I have to focus up here. I did get a couple of direct donations as well. Let me make sure to read these. Marcus says with the $2 tip, it's crazy to see the Asha rebrand. This should have been the standard, not the outlier. And now Xbox fans are celebrating after a mediocre generation. Yeah, I'm trying not to focus too much on that side of it, Marcus, because it's I definitely have thoughts and I'm just hesitant to really divulge them too deeply because things are getting kind of weird out here. To be honest, Marcus, like I just feel like I'm in a tough position where like there are things that I have attempted to say before. I've given my thoughts many times over and I still have thoughts and I realize that it's just like it doesn't like I think it's just things are going to be what they're going to be. You know what I mean? Like the perception is what I'm talking about, Marcus. That's what you're identifying, by the way. You're talking about the perception, how Xbox is being perceived. I've reached a point where I don't know that I care to comment on that anymore. You know? I think I'm just going to focus on the results at this point. Like the cold, hard numbers. Because I feel like I was forced to do that with Sony to a degree where, like, I've been talking for years to you guys, especially more recently. It's like, man, seems like people hate PlayStation. Like, that's the read I get. Like, there's so much animosity and vitriol and negativity when it comes to PlayStation. Yet the numbers continue to show that, they're doing really good, actually. And so it's like, well, uh, it becomes harder to kind of really gauge what's true and what's not. But the numbers don't lie, you know? And so when it comes to everything Microsoft is doing, let's just wait for the numbers. Let's see. It's like what Unico just said. Like, is Gears of War going to sell Xboxes? I don't know. We'll find out very soon. I'll tell you what though, if they really do want to get aggressive, you know what they could do? You know what they could do? And that's a price cut. Now that would probably get Sony shaken a little bit. Maybe not shaken, but that would definitely get the laser focus from Sony. Announce a price cut after announcing Gears of War's exclusive. You might be on to something. But we'll find out. Well, I think my pop-ups aren't working or my alert box. Yes, okay. Sorry, my alert box was muted. There we go. Okay. Let me make sure to read the rest of these direct donos, and then I'll read some of the super chats to you guys. Just be patient with me. If I didn't read your super chat yet, I will. Moonshot says, I'm seeing the Wolverine versus Gears comparison with the boys pooing all over Wolverine, and I couldn't be happier. The console war is back, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, geez, some of the comparisons I've seen are like, are we really doing this? And we are. And do you know here's what's funny to me, okay? Moonshot. What's funny to me is I see so much back and forth happening over, Wolverine and Gears E-Day, which one looks better. I think most rational people, truthfully, can look at both and say they both look pretty good. At the very least, assuming you're not a mega fan of either, like they both look pretty good, decent, right? At the very least, they look decent. They look like well-made games. That's not how people react. And so what you're saying here, Moonshot, you're saying the console wars are back. I mean, dude, it got really toxic really fast. The funniest thing that I've noticed though is people. I've been seeing a fair amount of criticism towards Wolverine, probably because I'm paying closer attention to Wolverine. And some of the criticisms that I'm seeing, well, actually a lot of the criticisms I'm seeing, it's like, man, this is just another movie game, button mashing, looks too similar to Spider-Man, which is crazy to me. Like, I'm like, what? But that, seeing stuff like that, it's like, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of the same thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is Gears then? I'm seriously asking, like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, like, then what is Gears? That like that's why I feel like people are just getting nonsensical out here. Is the console war good for my channel? I mean, perhaps it's a bit. I don't know, man. Like the the thing is, in order for there to be a console war, Microsoft has to sell consoles again, and we don't know if that's going to happen. That's why. That's why when I was answering Marcus or responding to his chat, that's why I'm like, I don't know that I'm going to comment on the current perception of Xbox. It's going to be impossible for me not to ultimately, but it's like, yeah, people are loving what Xbox is doing, and I'm like, that's great. You know, you have the internet on your side. You're the hardcore fans are high fiving each other, and everybody seems to be happy. But my question is, what's that going to mean ultimately? We've been down this road. I saw those same people high fiving and rallying around Phil Spencer and the Xbox Series X at the beginning of this generation, and look at how that went. And that's also when they had the exclusives. They like I think people forget when the Xbox Series X was first revealed, it was revealed alongside an exclusive game, that being Hellblade 2, which at the time we didn't realize it was going to be lacking so much in the gameplay department. But the point being, people were hyped. People were hyped, man. And I was like, oh shit. I remember I went through that. I went through the same motions. I'm like, I don't think they're playing around, dude. So I'm not here to telegraph what's actually going to happen. I'm just here to say that, you know, we have yet to see what the actual results are going to be. And, you know, if Gears sells a lot of Xboxes, well, that's going to change the trajectory of everything for Microsoft. No doubt. Mrs. MBG just became aware that Kingdom Hearts 4 was at the Nintendo Direct. And she's freaking out. She was napping, and I wasn't even watching the Nintendo Direct. That's funny. That's funny. All right. I have a couple more direct donations, then I'll get to the super chats. Benino, you're saying, I remember saying about Tim Dog betting his account like 3 weeks about Gears being exclusive. Now he's saying Helix will get a rework to a cheap console. Yup. Benino, I'm so glad. Now, I didn't see Tim Dog say that. I'm so glad you mentioned this, though, because people need to buckle up. You know, they don't. All right, let me walk back what I just said a minute ago, because I didn't know if this was going to come up. People need to understand that Microsoft is now going to try to destroy the PlayStation 6. I hope people know that does mean Helix is getting a rework. They're going to make a regular console, guys. They're going to make a regular console. And when I tell you the console wars are back on, I'm not saying that jokingly. I mean that literally. Like, Sony and Microsoft we are going back to the PS2 original Xbox, 360, PS3, PS4, Xbox One days. I'm saying this because there was a recent interview that was conducted with one of the new Xbox executives, Matthew Ball, and I don't know if people are reading between the lines. I'm shocked at how few people are reading between the lines. He basically confirmed this. He was saying, like, yeah, we're going to have to rethink Helix. And I'm like, dude, no one's talking about this. He's laying it down, dude. Like, he's putting it out there in so many words that Helix is not going to be a PC hybrid anymore. It's not going to be like a Steam I don't even know if Steam's going to be on it. They're making a regular console. Mark my words. Mark my words. They're going down that path, because here's what I want to say as well, and I understand how people are going to feel about that. They're like, no, they're not, MBG. What are you talking about? So it's just wishful thinking. Look at what they're doing literally right now. I, as well as everybody else, was asking the most obvious question And that is, why are you going to walk all this back, go back to console exclusives, do all this, but launch a console that's going to be $1,000 or more? That's going to be for maybe like 5 to 10 million people at most. It's going to be extremely niche. Why are you going to do that? It makes zero sense. And that's the point. Is that, yes, it does make zero sense. So why would we be doing this? Why would we be announcing exclusive games to sell alongside a $1,200 box? Hold on, my cat's doing something weird. I have to make sure he's okay. I think he's okay. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. Are we good now? I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. I'm having all these weird things happen. My cat was he was making some weird sounds. Now my mic is acting weird. Sorry. Let me so I read when my mic wasn't working, I read a chat from Marcus. It was a direct donation. And he said, I get it, brother. The console war is overrated, and I hope Xbox does well. Hype for Fable, and I play on PC currently. And to that, I said, well, we're going to find out together what's going on in the console war space. We are going to find out together. My mic isn't you know what I think it is? I think it's the wire. I think I might have to replace the wire. It looks a little bit frayed. I don't know if you can kind of see it there. Like if anything touches it, it just like shorts out or something. Let's see. I mean, I'll get a new mic eventually. The microphone I'm using actually isn't old. I did replace it a while ago. Not like a while, like maybe like a year and a half ago. But this wire I've been using for like 7 years, so might need a new wire. All right, let me read these super chats now. I'm definitely a little bit behind. Where did I leave off? 18 May, you're saying Nintendo, Sony, and Game First all featured. Excuse me. I'm belching. RuneScape in their showcase, and yet Xbox didn't. Do they not comprehend how disrespectful that comes across? 18 May, I don't know, but I don't know. Is it disrespectful? Guys, do we agree? Xbox being the only one not featuring RuneScape? The disrespect. Thank you, 18 May. Top Shelf Gaming, you're saying Xbox did 2 exclusives like Sony only does 1 or 2. Y'all should be happy to still have Fable, Halo, Hellblade, State of Decay, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and more. Well, I think a lot of people are happy about that, Top Shelf Gaming. But here's the thing. It's over. Like, I don't know if people have realized that yet. top shelf. Microsoft isn't going to keep bringing games to PlayStation. They will with their big multiplayer games like Call of Duty and, Minecraft stuff. Sure. And, like the Elder Scrolls Online. They're going back. Like the decision has been made. You're not getting future Halo games. You're not getting Fable 2, State of Decay 4, whatever. Those aren't coming to PlayStation. They made it pretty clear that so I saw people talking about this. Microsoft said the games that we announced as multi-platform, we're still gonna release them. We're not gonna just pull the rug out and say no. But people were confused because they were like, well, what about like State of Decay 3? That game was announced, but you never explicitly announced it for PS5. It's clear there were there's certain contractual things that are going on here. That once they're up, that's it. Like it's being made clear. We're going back. We did this for like 2 years. We got the data. It ain't worth it. Unless it's for a big multiplayer. They're treating PlayStation the exact way Sony's treating PC. And so I think it's cool that, we'll still get those games, but after that, that's it. So what I'm trying to say is Microsoft's going to go from having 1 to 2 exclusives to probably having 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Microsoft doesn't give an F about hardware. They're looking past it again, which is their downfall. They think like a $1 trillion company instead of treating Xbox like a gaming company. I mean, I would agree with you, Cheese. I would have agreed with that a week ago. But here's the thing. I told you guys earlier I have a couple of theories. And I'll tell you what those theories are. I'll try to keep it quick so I can keep up with the super chats. The first theory is Asha Sharma is actually here to truly kill Xbox, like the console. She is the Grim Reaper, and she is here to end it. The way she does that is by setting it up for its greatest failure of all time. So that way, when she pulls the plug, it's completely justified, and nobody will be able to say a word. Yeah, we're going to do exclusives. Yeah, we're going to get competitive. We're going to rally around the console. And then when she does that and nobody buys the console and she's still reporting after multiple quarters, minus 15%, down 30%, down 40%. And it turns out that, well, there's nothing we can do here. Or we launch Helix, we go all in, we do exclusives, we try to save the console. And it doesn't work. And it fails. Well, you can't say she didn't try. You can't be mad at her when she, brings down the hammer and says, we're done. We're exiting the hardware space. That's it. Helix is it. That's theory number 1. Theory number 2, and this is the one I personally believe, is Microsoft from the top. Yes, being a $1 trillion company, they realized they made an $80 billion investment, and the strategy that they thought was going to lead them to the most amount of money and the most amount of profit actually isn't going to work the way they thought. That strategy being completely multi-platform, being a publisher, essentially becoming a publisher while trading in their hardware and a portion of their platform success. I think that they may have realized that that's actually not going to lead to nearly as much profit as we thought. That's actually a bad idea. And so with this second theory, it means that they're serious. Like this isn't some kind of smoke and mirrors tactic. There is no 4D chess being played. It's just straight up like we're getting back to the basics and we're going to do what Sony and Nintendo do. And that's it. And that's all it is. And it's like we're committed to that for the long run because we can afford to be. Because it is worth noting that when we look at Microsoft's financials for Xbox over the last 4 quarters, this is 4 quarters of them announcing games for PlayStation, releasing games on PlayStation. releasing games on Nintendo Switch 2, and everything's still down. So, yes, logically speaking, it's fair to ask the question, okay, well, if you're down this much by being everywhere, then why do you think you're going to go up by only going back to, to your own platform, or mainly your own platform? And I really think Microsoft might be looking at this from the perspective of like, everybody's struggling, everybody's in trouble, um everybody's going down to a certain extent. So if there was ever a time to actually try to get serious about this and prepare for a more long-term vision, one that maybe, 10, maybe 8 to 10 years from now, it's like we are in a more dominant position. Now is probably that time for them, truthfully. Because think about it. Like I said, look at the perception that people have towards PlayStation right now. I'm not saying PlayStation's in a bad spot. They're not. Like, people can say what they want on the internet. It's like, objectively speaking, they're not in a bad position. But it doesn't mean that the perception isn't bad. It doesn't mean that there aren't question marks all over the place and skepticism. I think Microsoft may have identified this, and they may have realized that maybe we can do something here. Like, maybe they woke up and realized, guys, I don't know that we should make a $1,200 box and convert our remaining console players into PC players. I don't know that we should do that. Kendall Fire saying Gears of War was exclusive on the X1 and the Series consoles, and it didn't help them any. What's the point other than brownie points from fanatics? I mean, we have to keep this in mind, Kendall Fire. I think not enough people are acknowledging this. I think there's a lot of rabid fanboyism happening right now, a lot of excitement on the Xbox side. We do need to understand that the only game that sold demonstrably well, like objectively a big hit success on PlayStation, it was only one game, that game being Forza Horizon 5. Everything else either did okay to bad. And if you look at how many games Microsoft has thrown at PlayStation 5 in the last 2 years, it's quite literally almost their entire library. I think what people are overlooking is that there might just be this reality, this wake-up call that, guys, most of your games are not going to sell well no matter what. You could put them on Steam, PlayStation 5, and Nintendo Switch 2. The big hits are going to be the big hits, whether they're on your console alone or everywhere. Forza Horizon 6 is a great example of this. Forza Horizon 6 is not on PlayStation 5, and it's doing incredibly well for Microsoft, to a point where there's an argument to be made that, do you even need to release this on PS5? If you want a lot more, go ahead. But if you want to sell consoles and you want to have a really big hit seller that can facilitate that, Forza Horizon 6 fills that pretty nicely. So, like you mentioned Halo, right? The reason why Halo did poorly for Xbox the past 2 games isn't because they were exclusive. It's because they weren't good games. This is the bigger picture realization that people maybe not be fully seeing right now, because there's a lot going on in front of you right now that's very distracting. But Microsoft had this realization. Asha Sharma looked over the data and she realized that if we take Halo 5 or Halo Infinite and put that on PlayStation, is it going to sell millions? Probably not. Halo Campaign Evolved? I mean, it's different. That's like you're trying to create another entry point, another starting point. But the reality is, when you look at when Xbox was doing well, their main pillar franchises were doing well too. Gears was doing well. Halo was doing well. Forza was always doing well. I think it's just a simple reality that, like, State of Decay 3, for example, that's a game I'm looking forward to, but I don't think that game's going to do significantly, noticeably better because it's on PlayStation 5. I think it will do better. They will get more sales than they otherwise would have. But you're not talking about State of Decay 3 was going to sell only 500,000 units to now it's going to sell 8 million units, 6 million units. That's not how that works. It's just not. Microsoft is learning the same thing that Sony learned with their games on PC, where it's like, and honestly, like it's funny how similar it is, where it's like, it just turns out that the games that you make that people find really good and exciting will do well no matter what, whether they're exclusive or not. This is the argument that can be made with Wolverine right here, right now. Does Wolverine need to be on Steam day one to be successful? The answer to that question is no. If it was on Steam day one, would it be more successful? Yes, of course. But the reality is that game's going to be successful because it looks like a really well-made Wolverine game, a high-quality game, and it's a known quantity, and it's a big tentpole seller, dude. People want to play it. They're going to buy it, and they're going to play it. It being exclusive doesn't necessarily... This is also, like, maybe this is poor timing because of the big Final Fantasy VII Part 3 remake reveal. But if you look at Final Fantasy 16, it's like Final Fantasy 16 definitely would have done better if it wasn't a PS5 exclusive. But the bigger takeaway is that I don't know that that's what Final Fantasy players wanted. And I think Square seemingly they might ultimately realize that. Where it's like, this game not reaching your expectations wasn't just like it being exclusive didn't help. But it's like, I just don't know that this is the next big Final Fantasy game that people wanted, based off of what I can tell, because it got a lot of feedback. A lot of feedback. So I don't know. It's very, very interesting to see how quickly things change. Josh, you're saying here bots gaslit you to do 360s over the years in order to cope with their narrative. All of a sudden, exclusives matter and console warring is acceptable now. Yeah, so that's where it's interesting to think. Now, to be fair, though, Josh, there's something I want to highlight here that we have to acknowledge. There's truth to what you're saying, but there's another side to that coin. The other side to that coin is we can't sit here and pretend that Sony wasn't doing their own stuff, right? We can't sit here and pretend that Sony wasn't also talking to us and being like, we're putting our games on PC and, you know, we're getting closer and closer to doing day and date and, you know, we're putting Helldivers on Xbox. So what I'm trying to say, Josh, is we all, I think, collectively, whether you liked it or not, we're kind of, you know, we were kind of slowly pushed to this new way of looking at the games industry where it's like, okay, the age of exclusivity is dying and it's almost dead and it's going away slowly, maybe except for Nintendo, but generally speaking. And it just seems to me like people slowly were coming around to just, yeah, I guess this just might be how it's going to go. And now, yeah, but the thing is, Josh, were there people who went radical over it and they're like, when we all play, we all win. Like everything's got to be everywhere. Like, yeah, they went crazy. And now those people also still look crazy because it's like, they're probably the loudest ones being like, we're back, baby. Exclusives. It's like, yeah, I mean, 180s, 360s all over the place, dude. And Titus comes in and drops another 5 member gifts for you guys. Love to see that, Titus. Really appreciate it. I'll give you a Herman.
This is an incredibly exciting time
Indeed.
for PlayStation.
Isn't it? Herman, what are you going to do? Herman, Asha's coming for you. What are you going to do? That's Herman right now. That's Herman every day checking his Twitter and realizing, God, something's going on here. But Titus, thank you for that, man. Let me add that to the counter here. We're at 22 members on the day. Sorry, it's taking me so long. I'm gonna keep make. I have more super chats and a couple of direct donations. Just a reminder, if I haven't read yours yet, I didn't skip it. I'm gonna get to it. Zenzo says my friends hate exclusives, or you're saying my friend hates exclusives, but is a Nintendo nerd, which means he doesn't hate exclusives. He just hates Sony. Wish people could be honest. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, Zenzo. Like, you can't hate exclusives while being a huge Nintendo fan. I mean, I guess you could, but it would mean you would have to constantly be frustrated with Nintendo. Um, I do think that it's okay to be honest in that, like, I will say honestly, as a PlayStation player, I don't prefer to have to leave PlayStation to go play games I'm interested in. But I've always said, like, that's not my preference, literally. Like, I can't wait to not play on PlayStation, is what I'm trying to say. But I respect the game. I've always respected the game where it's like, you show me something good enough. You show me a few things that are really vying for my attention and are worthy to me of like not only a hardware purchase, but I'm now making this part of my gaming rotation. I respect that because that's not easy to do and that requires a massive amount of effort. And so it's an area where it's like I don't want to be taken away from my preferred place to game. However, knowing what's required to make that happen, can't say I'm can't say I'm not looking forward to the effort. You know what I mean? Makui Ninja, you're saying, I hope you're right, because that's the only way Xbox will ever come back into my house. True exclusivity with real bangers is the only way. I think that's exactly what they're doing, Makui. I do. I really think that that's what they've went back to because they realize like we can just make all the money on Call of Duty and Minecraft. I'm serious. Like I think that's another thing people are not really thinking about where it's like they took Call of Duty off of Game Pass, dude. Like it's just pure sales now on all platforms for that for the biggest franchise they own. And Minecraft is still doing well. So I I don't know. I really think they're just like we are going back to that mentality. Top Shelf Gaming says, "Who will have the best exclusive, Sony or Xbox?" I mean, I do think a lot of that's going to be subjective. It's like right now I'm seeing people fighting about Wolverine versus Gears of War, and it's like I'm I can only give my personal opinion. I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody who's excited for Gears of War E-Day you're wrong. Gears looks bad and Wolverine dumps on Gears. That's to me that's not necessary. All I can say is between the two, I'm significantly more excited for, like hands down more excited for Wolverine. To me Wolverine looks like the better game. I do think Gears looks good, but I when I look at Gears, I'm more happy for the fans. I like that game is not going to get me to just run and go buy an Xbox. But I'm happy for the fans because it's like, yeah, it looks like you guys are getting what you had hoped for, and God knows you've been waiting because how long has it been since Gears 5? Um, when it comes to in the long run, I mean, dude, I do think that Microsoft still has their work cut out for them. I'll be honest, like I think that their showing was good, maybe even great to an extent. But I look at a game like Senua and I'm like, let's see what you learned with Senua. Because I thought Hellblade 2 was going to be that game. That like this game's going to go in toe to toe with Naughty Dog or Santa Monica or something or Gorilla. And it just didn't. If they took the feedback in and they applied that to the new Hellblade, Senua, they're just calling it Senua for some reason. Okay. Like Let's see. Let's see who's gonna. The exclusive arms race is back on. Time will tell. Top shelf. Cheese, you're saying never understand why Microsoft never got one of their 20 Call of Duty teams to make an Xbox/PC exclusive shooter. They have the people for it. Would bypass the 10-year deal. That would, my guess, Cheese, is because I think Call of Duty is such a massive, well-oiled machine that, like, if you disrupt even one of the cogs in that machine, it can potentially have a ripple effect across the entire thing. Because regardless of what you think about Call of Duty, and I say this as somebody who looked at Black Ops 7 and was like, what are you showing me right now? Regardless of what you think about Call of Duty, it's still a well-oiled machine where they're putting out one of the most AAA titles every single year. And I get that it's like, well, it's like a sports game at this point. And kind of. I think people are a little bit unfair to Call of Duty in that comparison, only because it's like, well, they do have to change the setting. They do have to change the weapons. They have to have a new campaign every year. They have to come up with new zombies maps every year. So to me, it is different. But I do think that that's kind of what's necessary. Is it's like we need literally like 20 teams to be on this at all times, because I would assume, Cheese, that if they decided to take one of those Call of Duty teams, task them, and maybe they are secretly and we don't know, and task them with making a new IP, a new shooter that's not Call of Duty, but has that kind of similar formula, I feel like that means Call of Duty goes away for a year and people are like, whoa, what's going on? And that's because, yeah, we took one of the cogs out, so they're busy doing something else. Maybe they could do that. Maybe they are. Titus, you're saying, MBG, I couldn't join your streams live lately, but watched the videos afterwards and enjoyed your reactions to the shows last week. P.S. I finally got the platinum for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth about 2 weeks ago.
Holy shit!
I have to give you that, Titus. I think you're the third person on my channel that has let me know that you got the platinum for Rebirth. Now, Rebirth is a crazy platinum. Rebirth's platinum is so difficult that the director of the game was like, I'm sorry. I won't do that again. So huge congratulations on that one, Titus. You'll have to let me know how many hours it took you to get that done, because I know that one is brutal. So, and I appreciate you went back to watch my live streams, man. I appreciate the support as always, dude. And thank you for being a member for 30 months, man. Zombie Dragon with a super chat says, it 100% depends on if Xbox starts to sell, on whether or not Xbox will start to sell. If they don't, they're going to stay with exclusives and they'll go right back to publishing everything. Well, do you guys remember when I said to you that what if? Because I've been talking to you guys just like everybody else with the whole Asha Sharma thing and Microsoft coming in and changing up the leadership. I've been telling you guys, like, something is weird here. Like, I've been getting weird vibes the entire time. And I can't quite put my finger on it. And it's because I kept saying, like, it feels like there's something we don't know. Like, they're not saying something. They're not saying it, like, clear as day, which is not surprising. That's how it's been with Microsoft for a while. But ever since Phil Spencer retired and Asha Sharma took over, I'm like, something weird's going on here. I'm not saying the changing of leadership is weird. I'm saying the way she's, like, when I saw her, like, talking to fans, oh, hear you. And, like, basically making it seem like I'm just going to listen to the fans. I'm like, this is bizarre. Because I'm like, people need to understand Phil Spencer was a scapegoat. I think people need to understand that when it comes to these corporate entities, it's not as clear cut as it seems. I think a lot of people do understand that, but you really have to, I hate to say it, you do have to become a little bit conspiratorial, because that's kind of how this works, where Phil was the scapegoat. I'm not saying he didn't screw up. Phil obviously screwed up. But people think that Phil basically was like, it's like, Phil, how come Asha knew to do all this and you didn't? Like, of course he knew. He wasn't allowed to. Why do you think he wasn't allowed to? Because he had mandates from the people above him. This is why I tried to tell you, like, something changed. And it's not just the leadership, it's the philosophy. There was a philosophical change inside of Microsoft that occurred from, like, dude, Satya Nadella went from saying, the CEO of Microsoft, mind you, 2 years ago, he went from saying, I have no love for exclusives. If it were up to me, there would be none. What did you see happen in the following 24 months? They got rid of exclusives. He went from that to retweeting Asha Sharma flexing their new exclusives, like high-fiving her. And here's the thing. When you zoom out, it's very obvious what happened. It's it's clear as day. Let me ask you, when Satya Nadella said he has no love for exclusives, when did he say that? Was it around the time of the Activision Blizzard acquisition? Yes, it was. When Microsoft really started to posture themselves as like, we're weak, we're fragile, we can't do shit. It was all during the deal. I'm just saying, there's a reason Jim Ryan had a spaz attack and Sony was having a conniption. There's a reason. Like, it wasn't just because it wasn't an overreaction. It's because they're not stupid. They know how Microsoft works. They know who they're dealing with. Just like Microsoft knows who they're dealing with Sony. It's because they knew, like, these guys are going to kill us. Like, we really pissed them off, and they're going to try to kill us. And I think that's what we're witnessing. We are now far enough removed from the deal. And I think, clearly Microsoft doesn't really have any scrutiny on them when it comes to the gaming side now from regulatory bodies or governments, that I think now it's like execute Order 66, bro. Like, we're doing this. And I think Phil, I don't know. I don't want to like go so far down the rabbit hole that it sounds completely insane, but I would almost argue that Phil was informed like literally 3 years ago. Like, Phil, this is what you're going to do and say for the next 3 years, and then you're retiring. And you are going to set up, like, your final act as the CEO of Microsoft Gaming and to leave this company on good terms is you're going to set up the next CEO. Because think about this. I know that may sound totally conspiratorial, where it's like, MBG, bro. Like, I don't know that it went that far, but think about this. At around the time Microsoft bought ABK, and around the time Phil started saying all these crazy things, and around the time Microsoft's tune completely changed, it was in the middle of this generation. In other words, Microsoft had probably already determined we lost this gen. They were nowhere near PS5. Sony was just climbing, and they were falling. And in fact, I think when you look at the first 16 months of the PS5 and the Series X, it starts to become clear that, like, and again, hindsight 2020, right? But it's like, did Xbox really have a chance? And I think everybody read the room and they're like, no. Hence why they were like, we should buy Bethesda right now. And I think if you look back at the Bethesda acquisition, Phil was like, maybe, I don't know, we're sorting this out. But I think Game Pass also messed things up. I think Game Pass really threw them off. And that's where they ultimately determined, like, Bethesda isn't enough. We need ABK. And I do think ultimately all this is done to not kill, but just completely dominate the industry, dominate Sony, dominate Nintendo eventually. But it's like, okay, we're going to do it through the vector of Game Pass. I think they gave Phil that opportunity with Starfield and Call of Duty, and both didn't work. And I think the ultimate fail-safe here was, I'm sorry, but it's just like, did you see the recent comment from Matthew Ball during the interview where he said, yeah, Game Pass shed millions of subscribers when the price increased by 50%. And it's like, no way. Really? Like, it's like, come on, like, Phil obviously knew that was going to kill Game Pass. And so the question, keep in mind, Phil didn't even announce it. They had some random stranger. They hired a stranger and filmed her announcing it. And I'm like, what I'm trying to say is there's a 5D chess move being executed by Microsoft right now. And I love it and hate it simultaneously because it's like, I knew it. Like, I knew it. Like, I knew this wasn't some kumbaya shit. I knew when you bought ABK. Jim Ryan's sitting there being like, Jim Ryan's got the beer in hand and he's like, pointing at the TV because he knew. And I always tried to remind people, like, don't forget, one of the reasons Jim Ryan did a triple backflip was because Phil called him and was like, I'll give you 3 years. And Jim was like, oh, hell no, we need to buy Bungie right now. That's when Jim damn near fell off his chair, And I think that, that's where it was like made clear behind the scenes. It was made pretty clear. You think I'm overthinking it? Well, let me get to my final point here. Okay? So what am I really trying to say with this big grand conspiracy theory of mine? What I'm trying to say is, ultimately, remember when Matt Booty said we could just spend Sony out of business? And we all thought to ourselves, man, that guy sucks. But is he wrong? Is he wrong? And then we saw them spend $80 billion like it was a drop in the bucket, to the point where it made Sony, it panicked Sony so bad they made the dumbest purchasing decision in the history of their company. And nobody has made an acquisition even remotely close to that level since then. But then for the next 3 years, 2.5 years perhaps is a more accurate timeline, it's Microsoft trying to literally reassure everybody that's not what we're doing. No. We're not trying to spend. We're not doing that. We want you to make money too. We want to make money with you. And even I caved, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you guys are putting Halo on PlayStation. I guess it's over. And now they do an immediate, like, now with the new leadership, they just do a complete U-turn. I mean, a complete, like, actually, on second thought. So I think ultimately, and this is the last thing I'll say about my theory here. This will put it all together. What I'm trying to say is that the reason why Asha Sharma was saying all these things and being so obviously, like, painfully obviously, like, I'm supposed to believe Phil Spencer was this stupid? Like, she's just getting the easy wins here, bro. I mean, the layups, they're just right there. The easy home runs that were there the whole time for Phil, too. And Sarah Bond, for that matter. For everybody there. And I had said to you guys that the only way this makes any sense is under two extreme conditions. Number one, she actually is the Grim Reaper and is here to sunset this shit and is just trying to let the fan base down gently, let them down easy. Or she was the one. She's the one that's given the blank check by Microsoft saying, do whatever needs to be done to kill the competition. Doesn't matter how long it takes. Doesn't matter how much money it takes. We didn't invest this $80 billion for nothing. Go. And I think that's exactly what we're witnessing. I think this is why you're seeing Satya Nadella high-five her about exclusives after this man just said 2 years ago, I hate exclusives and I don't want them anymore. I think this is why you're now seeing whispers, signals from Matthew Ball. He says, well, we have to really rethink Project Helix. We have to rethink our pipeline. Demand for Xbox is outstripping our production, which is weird. Am I scaring you? Really quick, I want to say here too, like, I'm seeing some people in the chat, and I think I have a couple of direct donations I still have to read. I'm seeing a couple of people in the chat. They're saying, like, all I'm doing is talking about Xbox. I'm talking about Xbox so much. Guys, can we not pretend for just a second? Like, I get it. I'm not saying there isn't some truth to that, but do you not see what's happening? Like, this, I want you to understand that what has just happened is Microsoft turned to all of us and every PlayStation player and said, we're your friend and we're going to give you our games. And they are in the process of no longer doing that. I'm trying to warn PlayStation players that are leaving that showcase. If you watch that Xbox showcase, and you're like, bro, like 7 of the games they showed are coming to PS5, it's like, it's not going to stay that way. Like, surely you understand that. And the reality is people don't understand that. They're going to find out. And I'm just trying to let everybody know that Xbox is going to be up in your grill trying to get you to buy an Xbox in the coming years. And yes, it is going to be Helix. And yes, Helix is not going to be what you think. They've made the decision. They realize that, you know what? There's only one path forward. If we're not going to shut Xbox down and we're not going to sell it off, then we have to do everything Sony can. And that all revolves around the one thing Microsoft has that Sony simply does not. What is that? It's money. Don't get me wrong. Sony's got a lot of money. Sony's worth billions, but Microsoft's worth trillions. There's a reason why Microsoft can come out and buy Activision Blizzard. And the most difficult part for them is having to deal with governments. Meanwhile, they made that $80 billion back in like 2 quarters. Do you know what would happen to Sony if they had to spend $70 billion on an acquisition? It would probably end them. They would have to go to the Bank of Japan for the biggest loan ever. This is why I'm trying to say, like, we can't, if you're Sony, you have to think of it if you're Sony. If you're Sony and you're looking at this shit, and I've seen some PlayStation fans, they're like, Sony doesn't care. Sony's not even paying attention. I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. And if you were the one running Sony, you'd get clapped straight up, because that's what's coming. You think let me ask you, you think Asha Sharma isn't going to start picking up the phone, call and trying to get third-party exclusivity deals now? You think she's above that? You think she's not going to do that? I'm just saying, guys, like, listen to what they're telling you. I'm not saying you have to believe every single word. I get it, because even I find it hard to believe sometimes, where I'm like, I've been down this road before. But what's different, there's one thing that's different here. There's just one thing that's different. And that thing is they're not hiding it anymore. They had to hide it with the acquisitions because they were under scrutiny. The CMA, the FTC. And that shit can linger with them for years. Now they don't have to hide it. They don't have to. And they're not going to. And they just basically, dude, they just gave Sony Halo, and they're like, here you go, Sony, PS5 Pro Halo trailer. And like, you know what, though? You know what? Maybe we're just going to take that. It's the beginning. It's just the beginning. And it's going to be, I think it's going to be fun, because I think some of the craziest shit's about to go down that we've ever seen. All right, let me read some of these chats. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. So it's like I'm back to my blue box days, except it's the green box now. Let me see. Hold on. All right, so I have quite a few direct donations I'm going to read. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting. Moonshot, you're saying, that's funny you say the Helix can get reworked a year before launch, but when I said the same about PS6, if it were to be delayed, you said it's locked in. I agree, Moonshot, but this is where the difference here, like just to elaborate, because you're right, I did say that, and I still stand by that. The difference here, though, is I think when we're looking at Microsoft going into like how many they have, maybe 12 to 13 months, give or take, to make any changes to what Project Helix will be before they, I mean, they could ultimately delay it, but assuming they want to get out in 2027, they have about 12 months to make any changes that they want to make. That's going to be kind of difficult when you're already talking to developers. The difference here, though, Moonshot, is that if Microsoft, assuming Asha Sharma has an unlimited budget, do whatever needs to be done, you look at Xbox sales, they can't get any lower. What I'm trying to say is they've bottomed out. So in other words, they have nothing to lose. So if they want to turn to AMD and say, we're canceling the fucking contracts and here's what we're doing instead, they can do that. If AMD says we're going to need a lot of money to do that, they could say, no problem. Money's not a problem. Sony, the reason why I feel like they can't do that is because they're in such, like, I don't want to say they're a house of cards. It's not that unstable. But they are at risk of rocking the boat too much to where, like, they're the opposite of bottomed out. Sony is in a position of strength and in a position of, like, you're pretty high up here. The higher up you are, the easier it is to start going down, to start losing that, that upward trajectory. And that's where Sony would be terrified of the idea of canceling anything or reworking contracts or pissing off AMD, or how much money would that cost them? They're trying to operate efficiently here. They're trying to make sure their numbers aren't going down. This is what makes, I'm telling you, if my theory is correct, this is what makes Microsoft fucking terrifying for Sony. Truly. Like, Sony should be scared if my theory is correct, because this means money is not a problem anymore. Like, they don't give a shit that their numbers are down. They don't give a shit that, it's every single quarter in the negative, because they're not playing the quarterly game. They're playing the next 10 years. And they're all in. That's what's scary about this, Moonshot. And that's why I do think that if Asha Sharma just suddenly decided we're doing exclusives when it makes zero sense at this moment in time to do so, keep in mind, that is a truth. I'm not talking about the celebrations. I'm not talking about the perceptions. I'm talking about the reality, the economic reality. It makes literally zero sense for them to now, right now, in this moment, decide, now we're doing exclusives. It only makes sense if they have a long-term plan, and if that plan involves selling hardware. That plan makes no sense if the hardware is going to come in at $1,000 or more. I'm telling you, dude, I think something's going on here. And I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie. It's really interesting to me, because I think everybody's kind of a deer in headlights right now. And that's what's so fun to watch, is everybody's like, who? Wait, what? And it's why it's so interesting to see everybody's opinions, where, you have certain people who are like, Xbox is back, baby, they're going to dominate. And you have people that are like, I don't know, man, they're still the same. Who gives a shit? Like, nothing like, I see it already. Like, I've been listening to some PlayStation people, and yeah, they're like, this isn't going to matter. And I'm like, that depends on if they care about money. I'm telling you, just remember, I'm telling you guys this right now. Remember, I'm just saying this one thing. If there's any single takeaway you get from this stream today, because I don't know that I'm going to continue to talk about Xbox at this length. Maybe we will. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But just remember, I'm telling you now, if Satya Nadella made the decision from the top down When it comes to the Xbox and gaming side, money is not factored in. Do whatever you fucking need to do. If that green light was given to Asha Sharma, buckle up. Blank check. Buckle up, because shit's going to get crazy. And you know what? Sony's going to have to get crazy too. Man. And I'm telling you, the days of people whining about third-party exclusivity, it's going out the window. It's going to get vicious. It's going to be a bloodbath. And I think this will be good. I'm going to say one last thing. Pay very, very close attention to anything that's said about Project Helix from this moment forward. Pay close attention to that. Because I'm going to say one of the other quotes that came out of Xbox, I don't know if it was Asha Sharma who said it or Matthew, but somebody at Microsoft just recently. They just said, like, because they were asked, are you guys going to keep doing exclusives? And they basically said, like, yeah, we're going to have like a pipeline. Like, we're like, this is not a one-off thing. This is like an executive decision that's across the entire brand. And people are pointing to an Aaron Greenberg quote from 2022 where he responded to somebody on Twitter and he was like, it's not really, in regards to Starfield, it's not releasing on anything else. And I get it. I get it, guys. Like, trust me, if there's anybody here who's like, you can only take so much based off of what they're saying, but to me, it's not what they're saying. It's what they're actually doing. And like, it's one thing to respond to a person on Twitter and be like, hear you. It's another thing to fucking come out and take a game that was in development for PS5 for the last 4 years and be like, no. And it's a bit like, do you know how much money was dumped into Gears of War E-Day? This is why I'm saying, guys, they're signaling. Don't you care about losing money on Gears of War E-Day? We don't give a fuck. Uh-oh. You get a Microsoft that's coming in, dropping $200 million a pop on their games, saying we don't give a fuck if we lose money, as long as we're getting users, as long as we're winning people over. Now that's where it's like, Sony, go back and watch the PS4 showcase. Go back and watch your last 3 PS3 E3s. Well, that's the thing. Microsoft shareholders, this is why I'm trying to and I'll say this too, because you're right. That's a great question. But don't they care about the shareholders? Don't they care about, of course. Remember what I said to you. Microsoft paid off their $80 billion worth of acquisitions in 2 quarters. 2 quarters. The shareholders might be a little bit nervous. Some may be even frustrated with Microsoft. But the reality is Microsoft as a corporation is so strong in terms of their financials that it really doesn't matter. I'm just keeping it real with you guys. Like, that's the difference between Microsoft and Sony. Is Sony needs PlayStation to do well financially. If PlayStation doesn't do well financially, Sony as a whole kind of starts to get into a little bit of trouble. And that's going to be very much noticeable. I think it's worth keeping in mind that over the last 4 quarters where Microsoft was down, they still made incredible profit. To the point where, like, you made like $30 billion in profit or some heinous shit like that. Just keep in mind what we might be witnessing, guys. All right. Wallroar, you're saying, I have to disagree with you. Helix programming has already started. Y'all don't remember CES. Microsoft is pushing Windows Helix like will be a PC. I hear you. I hear you. See, I'm just like Oscar Sharma now. I hear you, Walroar. I mean, I I'm just trying. I guess what I'm just saying, Walroar, is like we have to just think about what just happened and how it's like. You remember when Asha Sharma said the plan's the plan until it's not? We literally just watched that in motion in real time, where Microsoft accidentally uploaded a fucking version of their trailer with the PS5 logo for Gears, and they had to remove it because they're like, oops. And this happened after Jeff Grubb said there's a PS5 version sitting on a drive. I don't like. We need to wrap our minds around this. I'm telling you guys collectively, this is how you're going to brace yourself for what's coming, in a good way or bad. I mean, I guess it depends on your view of it, but understand that she literally just came in and said maybe a week before the show, cancel that. We're not doing that. Like, imagine if you're a developer at the Coalition and you're like, lady, we just spent the last 5 years optimizing this shit for the PS5. What do you mean cancel it? She says cancel it. It's like, well, what about our sales? We were relying on this game selling decently on PS5 to help recoup the cost. Don't worry about the cost. You're safe. Don't worry about it. This strikes me as the type of person who's willing to look at Helix and say, get that shit out. Developers, sorry, change your plans. I'm just saying that's the energy we're dealing with here. So whatever you think Helix is going to be, think again. I said earlier, got to say that takes big balls. Well, that's the thing, dude. Like, what? I don't think, I'm telling you, dude, I don't think Phil was that stupid. Like, I don't think Phil was so stupid that he's like, you know what I think will save Xbox? Putting Halo on PlayStation. I think that'll save Xbox. There's no way. This is the same man who said in 2017, I want to win. I want to win the console war. Yes, he went on record saying that. It's something changed at the upper level of Microsoft with gaming, where they're like, okay, we're clearly going to have to hunker in for the next 10 years and just slowly try to murder Sony and Nintendo. That's all we can do. It's either that or we got to give up. Like, we actually have to give up. Because you know what? Our games, we put them on PlayStation, they're not even doing that great. We put them on Switch, they're not even doing that great. So what do we got to do? You got to get crazy now. That's what you got to do. Luckily, you have the money to justifiably become crazy. I don't know. Interesting times ahead. Walroar, you're saying exclusives are bullshit. I really believe in having everyone play games. We will see if exclusives work, but I doubt exclusives. You're saying I doubt it. Exclusives are for fanboys. I mean, and that's fair. Well, actually, you got a couple more here, Walroar. You're saying, MBG, you didn't play Halo Infinite. Infinite's campaign was freaking great. They fucked up making it a game as a service, but the campaign was great. I heard that. I heard that the campaign was actually pretty good. Well, that's the thing. I think what people need to do when it comes to Microsoft is this. If you do this one thing, you're going to be like Neo seeing the Matrix, when it comes to Microsoft. If you do this one thing I'm going to tell you, you're going to be like Neo. All right? Don't think about sales anymore. Don't think about cost anymore. I know that's difficult to do because it's so deeply ingrained in all these things we talk about, but I want you to view all of Xbox's decisions going forward as money is not a factor. Cost is not a factor. ROI is not a factor, at least not like short to midterm ROI. And suddenly you're going to start realizing, holy shit, they're getting ready to go nuts. next gen. We thought they were giving up. We thought they were rolling over. We thought they were digging their own grave, placing the casket, getting in the casket, and asking everybody to shovel them in. In reality, they're coming back and they're saying, we're just going to go scorched earth on this motherfucker. And we don't, and it's like, but what about sales? Sales don't matter. What about cost? Cost doesn't matter. Why do you think, guys, here's another thing I'll reveal to you that I'm sure you've witnessed. Another thing is, if you look at how drastically the tone has shifted since Asha Sharma took over, Asha Sharma, and she's not doing it alone. She has a whole PR team. She has a lot of people who, around her doing this too. She has completely transformed her and her team, the PR, whatever. They have completely transformed how people see Xbox in a matter of 4 months. And the only thing that changed is Phil out, Asha in. That's all that changed. And it's because Microsoft changed. It's not because Phil couldn't do these. Phil could have done these things. He was not allowed to. Asha is. And this is why I'm trying to let people know that this isn't so one of the things Asha Sharma talked about that I think she has some new PR people. She's appointed some new executives. So it's not like she's literally the only thing that changed. But the mandate, you remember how people were saying, I think it was Jez Corden, he reported a couple weeks ago, he's like, yeah, they're not putting a 30% margin on them anymore. I'm like, what? That's not marketing bullshit. It's like, wait, what? So they don't care. In other words, yeah, it's okay if they don't make enough money to be profitable. That's what I don't think people register that's what that means. That's just a decision that was made. Satya Nadella and Amy Hood are yeah, that's okay. Let me ask you, you think Sony can operate that way? No. You think Sony can look at the investment they made in Wolverine and God of War Lao Fei and say, it's okay if it doesn't make enough money? Maybe they can look at Soros and be like, well, it's $70 million, it's a smaller studio, maybe it's okay. Your big bets? No. That's what fascinates me. Is it's you're seeing a rogue renegade fucking Xbox going into next gen that doesn't abide by the same rules as Phil's Xbox, that doesn't have the same rules as Phil's Xbox. And that's why I think, even though we are all so convinced, and I was truly convinced for a long time, I was convinced Helix is just going to be a PC. No one's going to care. It's going to be too expensive. Exclusives aren't coming back. That makes no sense. And even if they do, they're going to find out real fast that there's a reason. But that's where I asked you guys a question. I was like, there's no way Asha Sharma's dumb enough to not realize that Phil already tried this, that exclusives were already there and they didn't work. It's not a matter of intelligence. Of course she knows that. It's a matter of, can we do this, lose the money on it, but win the long game? We're dealing with a very different Xbox here, guys. And I think a lot of people haven't woken up to that fully yet. And it's going to be a hell. It's the thing. But here's the thing. What I'm most interested in, because this is what I'm convinced by. What the hell is wrong with him? This cat keeps making weird noises in there. Is my mic good? What I'm most interested in here, obviously, I'm super interested to see how this plays out for Xbox, where it's like bold, very bold, scary, shocking, very, very interesting. I'm more interested in Sony. They just bitch slapped you with your own state of play. They gave you a game and said, never mind. They told Sony, you know what? Here's another thing I'll say too. If it's true that some of these games like State of Decay and Senua and Fable, these games are still coming to PS5 because of certain contractual things that, business they're doing with Sony, that would imply that they actually canceled the contract for Gears, potentially. And I'm telling you, like, Sony behind the scenes is like, I thought we killed you guys. I thought you guys were done. And they're about to, I think Sony more than anybody is waking up to the realization that, listen, you can look at Xbox Series X and S sales and you can sit back and say, what do we have to be worried about? Sony's not dumb. Well, I mean, sometimes every company's dumb sometimes. I'm saying, like, their business, their corporation, they know full well what's going down right now. They know what time it is. Sony, this is not Sony's first rodeo in in the console space. Certainly not. In fact, Sony knows this well. All right, guys, I'm sorry. I missed a couple of chats. I apologize. Let me make sure I read everything here. Let me see. All right. So, Cheese, you're saying, hear me out. What if they remove all IP from PlayStation 6 but still port to PS5? ABK, Bethesda, Minecraft, and everything else only on Helix, next gen, nerf the PS6. I mean, that would be. I mean, I don't think they would do that. I don't know. I mean, it would ensure like you would be nerfing the PS6, but I feel like it would be signaling too much like you can stay on PS5. I think so. My expectation now going into next year when we start to see the ramp up to the PlayStation 6 and Helix, Xbox is going to get crazy. Xbox is going to get crazy telling you, buy an Xbox. You're going to want an Xbox. Get an Xbox. And when they say Xbox, they mean the console. Like, and they're going to make that known. Like, this is not going to be like Xbox is everything everywhere. Like, no, they're going to be like the fucking console. The console. Buy the console. We want you to have the console. The box. That is the X. The Xbox. And I am completely convinced. I am complete. Like, unless they come out and announce something else that they are holding back, I am completely convinced that Microsoft is going for Sony's throat next gen. They're going for Sony's jugular, dude. And I know it may not seem like it because it's like, well, all the games they just announced coming to PS5. I'm not talking about this showcase. I'm talking about what they're setting up in preparation for the showcase they do next year when it's like, we got a new console to show you. They're not playing nice with Sony anymore. Makui Ninja, you're saying, so Xbox's master plan is to copy Sony? Yes. Except there's one major difference, Makui Ninja, and this is what I'm trying to drill this into people's heads because it's going to, once you keep this in your mind going forward, you're going to realize that makes sense. I see what they're doing. The answer to that is yes, except without a budgetary constraint. Money's not going to matter for a long time for Asha Sharma. Money is going to matter a lot for Sony. It matters right now, and it matters going into next gen. And, Sony has to be very careful, not because they're like broke or anything, but because it's just like when Sony reports their earnings, they can't say, hey, our music and film division made like $20 billion in profit. PlayStation just made like, well, actually PlayStation lost money, but that's okay. They can't do that. For Sony, it's like PlayStation's making the bulk of our profit. That's the reality, you know? Business-wise, Gaming Survivor. Business-wise, yes. Yes. Things are starting to make a little bit more sense now, aren't they, Gaming Survivor? Satya Nadella was so... He looked at Phil and he's like, Phil, where the fuck are my 30% profit margins? Phil's like, I'm doing everything I can. Well, it ain't good enough, Phil. Meanwhile, Phil's like, I gotta retire, man. Asha. Oh, Asha. Oh, don't worry about. Oh, you want to make Gears exclusive? Go ahead. We got you, Asha. You go for it. We back you 100%. That's what's funny to me is it really is just like, I don't know. I mean, you do have to wonder. You know what I think? Maybe I'll say this last. This is my last theory for today. I wonder if Phil was to blame. Like I keep saying, like surely he wouldn't have made these like this many mistakes in the last 2 years. It's like, my God, dude, what are you doing? But maybe he just had it in his mind. He thought he knew what Microsoft wanted. And so he kept making all these decisions that he thought would make Satya Nadella happy, that he thought would make the board happy. And he became too much of I don't say like a yes man, but like he just really thought like, I know what they want and this is it. And in reality, it's like they're looking at him like, what are you doing? But then again, Satya Nadella was the one who said he hates exclusives. So they set Phil up, man. I'm telling you, Phil's the fall guy. Let me see. Still running a little bit behind on super chats. Mario B or Top Shelf, you're saying I love the way you're talking. MBG Xbox making noise. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I'm not as high up on Xbox as a lot of the people that I've been seeing like rallying around Xbox. Like, I'll call a spade, and I feel like I'm doing that right now. Where it's like, I have my own personal opinion on the Xbox brand, on their games, on their strategy, on their products. If I'm evaluating the landscape as a whole, though, including what people are saying, including the discussions, including the perceptions, there's no denying that they just did something that is having a ripple effect. Whether or not it's going to, lead to something much bigger, to me, isn't determined by the fans. It's not determined by sales. It is just determined by, well, it's basically determined by if we dump this amount of money into this thing and we make Xbox undeniable. You know what? Let me put it to you in these terms. Maybe this will help make much more sense about this. Over the last 10 years, and especially the last 5, you saw Microsoft basically say, you can put as much money into Game Pass as you want. You can give Game Pass away for fucking free, basically. It's all in the name of we just got to get people in the door. I think all you're really seeing, I may be like overinflating the complexity of this. I think all you might really be seeing is they're giving Asha Sharma that same opportunity with the budget and the money and the blank check and everything, except no more Game Pass console. So yes, it's like literally going back to what you did before, but now on a scale that you never have. Because that's what a lot of people, that is a fair criticism that people levied towards Microsoft for many years, which is like, dude, you're making all these massive investments because you want to be the Netflix of gaming. But in reality, all these investments, if they were just hyper-focused on the hardware, you'd probably be a much bigger contender. And I think that might be the 2 plus 2 equals 4 moment that they recently had. Mario B, you're saying, I do think Sony is paying attention because multi-platform or not, Xbox's first-party output compared to PlayStation is absolutely insane right now. Well, that's why I want people to imagine if you just watched this Xbox showcase and no games were announced for PS5. Maybe except Minecraft. Minecraft and Call of Duty. Everything else, Xbox only. It's like, that's gonna matter. That's definitely gonna matter. Sorry, neck's still giving me problems. Mohammed, you're saying, big question. Why didn't Microsoft buy Take-Two in your opinion? Because Take-Two didn't want to sell. I think it's that simple. Do keep in mind that just because Microsoft has all the money doesn't mean they're going to be able to buy everything, right? Like, the reason why they were able to acquire Activision is because Activision was looking to sell. Bobby Kotick was in a ton of hot water legally, and they were looking for an out. And Microsoft was like, let's do business. Take-Two Interactive, they don't want to sell. A lot of publishers don't want to sell. Here's the thing. When a publisher wants to sell, it's because they're in trouble. You know? You can safely say that pretty much every time. When a publisher's ready to sell, they're in some hard times. When a publisher's doing extremely well, or even just pretty well, they're probably not going to want to sell because they're like, we're doing good business. We don't need you to come save us. We don't. But that's not always the case. If sometimes when they're doing well, the executives are going to be looking to cash out, and so it can kind of work in that direction. But more often than not, if they can run their own shit the way that they want and run it well and keep making money, that's usually what they're going to want to do. That's why you're not going to see Take-Two selling. Also, it goes both ways, though. Like, who's going to buy Take-Two? Like, people talk about Sony buying Take-Two, and it's like, dude, like, I don't think people understand that could literally kill Sony. Like, as a whole, not just PlayStation. Like, that could kill Sony. So it's one of these things where Sony's going to have to get creative. They're going to have to do what they've always done, man. But they're going to have to do it knowing that, listen, your competitor may be ready to go scorched earth on you with realistically like an infinite amount of money. You got to be skilled. And that's where I think Sony, it's why, like, I know people talk about that, I know I'm talking a big game for Xbox, but I'm just being real here where it's like, we do have to see what else comes, because I think we're going to see something very strange with Microsoft in the coming months and in the coming years. And I'll explain what that is. Remind me in a minute if I forget when I'm done reading these super chats. Remind me to explain what that is. I just want to make sure I don't leave any more super chats waiting. Armani, you're saying, who do you think is stronger? Uka from Crimson Desert or Aloy? I'm going to say that first guy. I don't even know who that is. But that person sounds like they could probably, bench more than Aloy. Sparky Nuts, you're saying, in your theory, is it right if Call of Duty goes, or you're saying with my theory, does this mean Call of Duty is going to go exclusive? I'll tell you this. Once that contract's up, I think Call of Duty does go exclusive. Because here's the thing. If let's say the 10 years is over for Call of Duty and the contract no longer exists, if Microsoft decided, here's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 7 or 6 or something, right? And they're going to say, and it's exclusive to Xbox. I mean, quite literally millions of PlayStation players go buy an Xbox and don't play on PlayStation anymore. Millions. This is why but here's the thing. Though. It's like, but won't they lose money? Well, that depends on one thing. Think about this. They're going to lose the PlayStation money. The PlayStation money's coming from players, Call of Duty players. You take Call of Duty away from PlayStation, you're not losing Sony's money, and you're not losing anything. You're just telling those players, come over here and spend your money. But that's the thing. They just announced Call of Duty for Switch. So I don't know that they would take it that far. Could they one day in the distant future? Maybe, but by that point, Call of Duty might be dead. No one really knows. I think Call of Duty, truthfully, is like that and Minecraft are the two things that are off the table. Where it's like, no, like that's not. We're not weaponizing that because that is our only true. It's like, what are one of the things we could look at to help justify giving Asha Sharman almost unlimited budget? Call of Duty. Okay. Don't touch Call of Duty. Take it off of Game Pass. That's our revenue stream. Same thing with Minecraft. Those two things off the table. Everything else. Diablo, I don't know. In the future, if they make another Diablo, I could see them being like, it's exclusive. I think those are the only two things that, if they want to make like an Elder Scrolls Online 2, I could see them making that. I don't know. I mean, it's tough, man, because it's like, look at Forza Horizon 6. That's like a live service game. Realistically, they could cancel the PS5 version right now and they would be fine. Forza has already made its money back, undoubtedly. What do I theorize PlayStation's response to all this is going to be? Well, that's what I'm most excited to see. Saletti Spaghetti says, you think PS5 Pro will be sold out because of GTA 6? Probably, yeah. I think the hype for GTA 6 will actually make people end up spending $900 on the Pro, at least in the short term, maybe for like a month or two. But beyond that, I think people will be satiated. The vast majority of GTA sales will be on PS5, like base. 18 May, you're saying, do we think we're going to see a lot of third-party go multi-plat? Going off of Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy, Fumito Ueda will be up to first party for exclusives. Well, see, this is where I'm not trying to be, I am. I'm being insanely conspiratorial, but I'm just pointing out that ever since Microsoft basically said, we're done. We're not trying to fight you, Sony. We don't care about console sales. We don't care about any of that. Ever since they did that, Sony has stopped making these deals. And that was one of the big things that Microsoft criticized Sony for. I mean, it was incredibly ironic. Like, to me, that was crazy to see, where it was like, well, we're allowed to buy Activision because Sony keeps locking down third-party exclusives. And I'm like, you're insane if you think that's even remotely comparable. But I get it. People are going to see that. And they'd be like, yeah, wait a second. See what, hey, you poked the beast, Sony. You woke the giant, Sony. And it's like, well, I mean, they kind of did, I guess. But to me, what's crazy now that we're years removed from this is the fact that like Sony stopped making these deals, man. And I really, dude, guys, I think this may have all just been one giant rug pull to try to fuck over the PS6. To fuck Sony's shit all up. Not even directly. I'm talking like psychological warfare here, bro. Where you're like, get Sony nice and relaxed, make them think they don't have to sign exclusivity deals, make them think that we're just done, and make them get complacent, make them rest on their laurels. They probably will, to an extent. Make them just hyper focus on their own business, their own financials, and blindside them when we're within a year of the next gen consoles being launched or revealed and launched. I'm saying this only because it's like it is. I'm telling you, if Sony has not been secretly signing exclusivity deals, which they may have, I want to make that clear. Sony may have been signing exclusivity deals in preparation for the PS6. If they have not been, because they're like, we don't need to sign exclusivity deals. We're not worried about Microsoft. Helix is dead in the water, and the Switch 2 is behind or whatever, in terms of they're getting older games now, and we don't have to worry about that. If that made Sony relaxed enough to where they're like, yeah, we're not signing exclusivity deals, man, that leaves the door open for Microsoft to now come in and be like, shift up. How much do you want? We'll give you whatever you want. Square. Oh, hey, Square. We know your deal with PlayStation didn't work out too good. We'll pay double. I'm just saying, like, the windows are open now. Sony lost. And I'm going to say they lost. To me, they didn't lose anything. Sony walked away from it. And I think the only reason they walked away from it was because they were confident they wouldn't need it. Now that Xbox is signaling we are back in the fight, now I think Sony might have to scramble where it's like, shit, like we need to, we're kind of caught off guard here. We're caught with our pants down a little bit where it's like we need to start getting on the phone and talking to, and that's ironic though, because it's like just 2 years ago, everybody was crying about Sony making third-party deals. Now I may be jumping the gun here, but it's like, I don't know. I expect the unexpected with this new era of Xbox, because believe me when I tell you, if you're the person that's sitting there being like, how stupid of them to make Gears of War exclusive. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what do they want to lose money? I guess they don't want sales. That should be the signal to you. All those things are like kind of true, yet they're doing it anyway. What does that tell you? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's been so interesting to watch this, dude, because it's either like they are that stupid or the whole script has changed. And I'm like, there's no way they're that stupid, because it's possible the previous leadership was that stupid, and that would explain why they're like in the grave right now. But I don't know. You're saying I sound salty, but it's like I think you're just projecting that onto me, man. Like, do I really sound salty? Like, I'm not. I think this is exciting. I think this is the most exciting it's been in a long time. Like, I'm actually like, dude, listen, man, it would be easier for me, for my own audience's sake. It would be easier for me to be like, Microsoft fucking sucks. They're so stupid. Watch, we're gonna laugh. We're gonna point and laugh when Gears of War fails and nobody buys an Xbox. What are they, dumbasses? They think people are gonna buy Xboxes now. It's like, that would literally be easier for me to do, but I'm like, that feels like a trap. That's too easy. Because it is kind of set up that way, right? Like, it is set up where it's like, why? And this is what I was asking these questions after the showcase, after the initial reveal. I'm like, and that's what's funny to me, is like, people are like, can you imagine how dumb does Asha Sharma have to be to just make these games exclusive and let these games fail just to appease a couple of the vocal minority on Twitter? And I'm like, guys, I'm pretty sure you're falling for the smoke and mirrors. Like, that's not how this works. That's so important it's so funny to me how like people overlook that, where it's like, you really think that Asha Sharma read some comments and was like, you know what? Cancel the PS5 version. It doesn't it does not work like that. She's a business executive who's been responsible for the success of multiple different companies and industries, dude. Like, no, she's not just reading a couple comments and saying, do what they're saying. It doesn't work like that. There's this, it's all part of the plan here where it's like, make it seem like that's what we're doing. In reality, we have a much bigger plan. Not to say it's going to spite the fans. I don't think it is. I think it's going to benefit the fans. But it's like they didn't just literally they didn't throw Gears of War out there as an act of desperation. That's not what that is. And I think people need to realize that. At least that's my opinion on it. I'm a Judas. Wait, why am I Judas? Hold on, bro. Why are you calling me a Judas now? Oh, I missed one super chat from Muhammad. He says Take-Two revenue is 5.63 billion, SIE only, not Sony Group 31 billion. Let's see. It seems like Take-Two Interactive has an estimated acquisition value of between 39 and 44 billion dollars. Like, dude, that Sony can't do that. I mean, like, the only way Sony could do that is if they were fucking at like, this is it. This is our only option. Like, this is our nuclear option. It's either that or we, it's existential at that point. We all kept saying that exclusivity mattered. Now that Xbox have gone back to exclusivity, we're here moaning how hypocritical. Nobody's doing that, Stu. Don't fall for the projection of the fanboys. Do you know how much I've been projected on the past like 4 days or whatever? Do you know how many people I've encountered are like, huh, what's the problem? MEG, you got a problem with exclusives now? It's like you're clueless. Like you literally don't know anything about me or my content or my channel, yet you're saying that. Okay. What's that say about you? The reality of the situation is, yes, we have been saying for a long time. Now, listen, if people want to get super nuanced about it, like, for example, let's say you are somebody who's been watching a ton of my content over the years, and you say, but MBG, weren't you starting to get kind of relaxed on it? Weren't you starting to, 18 May, calm down. Weren't you starting to maybe entertain the notion once Helldivers was going? And it's like, yes, I have no problem admitting that. I still maintained exclusivity is important, and I think Sony would be taking a great, probably unnecessary risk to start going multi-platform. It's like, listen, Sony, do what you got to do, but keep in mind, you might kill your own console sales, which I don't want to see that happen because I like the console. I want to see it thrive. But yeah, of course, like when it seems like that's where the industry's going and literally like everybody's doing it except Nintendo, it's like, I guess this is just it. Who's going to complain at that point? You can't. It's just the wheels are in motion. That's the direction we're going in, and no one except these business executives can stop it. And if they all are shaking hands and saying this is good, then whatever. But I've never said exclusives are bad. I was never anti-exclusivity. And the reason I never was because that would be a lie. I can see the other side of it. Like, I can imagine a Xbox showcase where every game is coming to PlayStation and is completely multi-platform. I can imagine Asha Sharma saying, we don't really care about the console anymore. It's all about sales of our games. And I could see Sony getting even more relaxed and saying, maybe we can do a little bit of that too. And everything's fine. We're still selling a very healthy amount of PlayStations. I could see that. And I don't see like a really crazy downside to it, except for one thing. The one major downside is, well, the competition is almost non-existent. And the question of complacency and what that may look like for a company like Sony, perhaps, is called into question. You know, um, when it comes, like, are there? Listen, are there? If if there are any PlayStation fans, genuinely, I don't know. I haven't really been paying much attention to PlayStation players at the moment in terms of like social media. But if there are genuinely PlayStation players or fans that are angry that Gears is exclusive, they do need to get a reality check where it's like, no, like you listen, man, you can't be saying that unless you're a PlayStation player that's been saying this entire time you hate exclusives. Unless you've been saying since 2021 that Wolverine should have been on Xbox, fine. Those are the only people that get a pass. But I really do think that, you know, you're seeing. I think you're seeing a certain group of people trying to really continue to push against PlayStation fanboys and the ponies and Sony, and that's fine. It's like you you have more ammunition than ever before to do that, I suppose. But it's like, do you remember what I was saying? Like, I'm just going to throw this out here. Do you remember when I was telling you guys that a lot of these people out here they're posturing themselves. They're lying to you. If they're not egregiously lying, they're lying to themselves. Where it's like, just be real about it, man. Just be honest. What do you want? You want exclusives. That's what you want. You want them. You want to see Xbox get fucking serious. You want to see Xbox come in and axe kick Sony right in the face. That's what you want to see. Don't hide it. Just admit it. You know? And it was you know, it's awkward to watch so many of these people act like, yeah, you know, I want to see a Halo on PlayStation because that's what we want. Like, no, it's not. Because guess what? If you bought an Xbox, you probably bought an Xbox for Halo. If you bought an Xbox, you probably bought it for Gears. I'll tell you what, if you're on the internet talking about Xbox, you probably bought a fucking Xbox for an exclusive. I understand that on the flip side of that, maybe some people were just trying to be accepting, and that's fine. I'm not trying to be too harsh to those people where it's like, yeah, I get it. Like I just said, you had no choice. So you just have to accept that this is what they're doing. We have to try to make the best of it. I get it. But I think where we're headed clearly now is to a place of simplicity where it is just pure competition. No more you know, we don't have to pretend that Sony and Microsoft are friends. We don't have to pretend that they're trying to help each other out. We can just go back to talking about it in the way that it always was, where it's like they both are making a console. They're both fighting for the same player base, and they're going to duke it out and see who comes out on top. There's going to be a winner and a loser. And the hope is that whoever loses comes back stronger. Whoever wins, don't get complacent. And the cycle will continue. That's the fact of the matter, dude. That's why I've always looked at these people who are like, and I want to make it clear, there's only a small group of people. If you're somebody who's like, I've never been into exclusives, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who are really fucking loudmouthed about it. People who are just like rude about it. Where it's like they treat people who like kind of are okay with exclusives like there's something wrong with us. And it's like, bro, get out of here. You know, like, and yeah, are there people out there that have spent the last 2.5 years up Microsoft's ass acting like they're holier than thou and this is the future, that now Microsoft comes out and does the exact same thing Sony and Nintendo were doing, that they were criticizing this whole time? Are there those people that look like absolute fucking retards? Yes. Because that's what they are. That's what they've always been. Now people are just starting to realize that. It's like, dude, let's get real. Let's get real. Okay? If we're going to go into a future of no exclusivity at all, it was never going to be Sony who does it first. It was never going to be Nintendo, probably ever. So what are we do? What have we been doing here this whole time? Like we need to ask that question. What have we been doing here? I think we know what a lot of people are doing here. They're just saying whatever they need to say. Whatever keeps them in good favor, in good faith with certain groups of people, just say whatever you need to say. All right. But here we are. And you know what? I don't really hold much animosity, truthfully, where it's like, go celebrate your exclusives. Because now we're going to celebrate ours. And if you're still somebody who has decided that you're still sticking to your guns and you still don't like exclusives, okay, I can respect that. But just understand that this is the way it's going to be because it's the way it always was. And who was the one? Who was the one who said to you guys, always, no matter how deeply entrenched we've gotten into Sony being more multi-platform and Microsoft, that I said exclusives are always going to exist? Who was the one who said that? Who was the one who said that every time consistently? I was. And do you know why? Because it's true. And I feel like anybody who actually understands these, not just the games industry, but other industries, knows that exclusive content in some way, shape, or form is literally necessary to differentiate your service/platform from the other service/platform. Period. End of discussion. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. It's always been that way. That's why I never was fully convinced that, like, I don't know, man. I know Microsoft's putting Halo on Xbox, but like, I guess they are bowing out, and it makes sense because they want to be a publisher, but you can't expect everybody else to do that too, especially if they're finding success. But here we are. Microsoft has validated Sony and Nintendo. Microsoft has validated everything that's been done up to this point. So, you know, it's one of these things where hopefully we can all just be on the same page now. Where if you're somebody who's still against exclusivity, you're just gonna have to cry. I'm so, like, I know that sounds rude, but I'm serious. It's like you either have to be okay with it and accept this is still a part of the industry. It never went away. It went away for like a year, but now it's back and it's about to get even crazier. So either accept it and deal with it and engage with it for what it is, or continue to, you know, either that, or you got to look at Sony and you got to look at Microsoft and you got to look at Nintendo and say, you all suck and are wrong. And honestly, if you're looking at the big three and you're saying you're all wrong, okay. Like, I'm not, if you say so, sure, all three are wrong. The three biggest gaming companies in the world are wrong and don't know what they're doing or talking about. They're wrong. You would do it better if you were in charge of all three. If you say so. Tell you what, that person, I wouldn't listen to that person, because you know what that person is? That person is arrogant beyond belief. That person is deluded. Anyway. People call you stupid and dented. Don't be kumbaya with them. Wait, who's called me stupid and dented? Dented's crazy. That's a crazy thing to call somebody. You're dented, bro. I might be a little bit dented. That's okay. I'm a little bit. I can admit that. I'm not perfect. See, at least I'm humble. McDonald's is wrong too. Michael's like, yo, McDonald's is also wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta stop using that word. I keep using the R word. I'm sorry. I feel like I feel like that word came back. I'm not the only one that feels that way, right? Like that word has kind of come back and has become a little bit more socially acceptable. I got to find a better word. I don't know why. I've just been defaulting to that. And I know a lot of people don't care. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but it's just, there's better words to use. Some words are just like, what's crazy though? I got to be honest with you. What's crazy about that word is it's in the same family of words as like idiot. Like the word idiot is technically just as offensive because it basically means the exact same thing. But I feel like we use the word idiot like it's fine. Like idiot's very acceptable. Why is that? Maybe it's just I feel like it's the enunciation of it. Like idiot. It just sounds like, okay. It doesn't sound that offensive. The other one sounds pretty offensive. Dent. Dent's pretty good. Dent's pretty good. But that's my favorite one, Dance. Yes. The double R. All the double R's. That sounds bad. Because people don't know what you're talking about. That sounds crazy. What are we talking about? All right. That's true. That's true, Sparky Nuts. Blonde, you're saying, is this real? We built a universe. Guardians like you filled it with meaning. Thank you from all of us on Destiny 2. Servers offline. Is that today? Was today the day? No, they're really? Is that like the message? Blonde? Damn. People are going nuts over Sony. They're like, you need to make Destiny 3, damn it. I'm like, I don't know, maybe you should. I don't know. We need more clarity on the Bungie thing where it's like, we need to know if Bungie really wants to make Destiny 3. I don't know if that's been made clear or not. Maybe you guys can let me know, Destiny players. Anybody who's a Destiny player. I feel like we don't have true clarity on like, is that really what they want to do? Truly? Like, are they confident in their ability to do that? I get the feeling with Bungie that they're not confident. That they're like, we should and maybe we could, but we don't really know what to do. I get the feeling from Bungie they don't know what to do. I'm going to be real. That's the vibe. Where I know people like kind of want to blame Sony, and I'm not saying Sony needs a lot of the blame. But in terms of like, I feel like if Sony came to them and was like, what do you guys want to do? I feel like they're like, we have to think about it. We really don't know. Sony should make Destiny 3 an Xbox exclusive. Take a check from Microsoft that you can't refuse. And we have El Unico. You're saying, should all of the pro exclusivists own all consoles? If not, are they truly pro exclusivity? It's a good question. I think it depends. Like the big problem, if there is a problem with exclusivity, is the kind of black and white nature of it, right? Where it's like, it is as clear cut as it could possibly be. Where it's, here's a game, and you only gain access to it if you buy this hardware and this device. And you can only play it on this hardware and device. Because of that, it very much just, again, it cuts right down the middle where it's like, so you either want it or you don't. And I do feel as though if you are pro exclusivity, you naturally have, you lean more naturally towards potentially being a multi-console owner in the long run, where like by the end of a generation, you do end up with multiple consoles. But I also feel like it really, because this is what we were talking about when it comes to Xbox going back to exclusives. I saw people talking about this and I'm like, yeah, they're right. They were basically talking about how, well, if Microsoft is going to go in this direction, they need to have really good exclusives. Like they have to have system sellers, man. And like, yeah, that's always been true. That's always been true. And it's not any less true now. And so this is where I feel like one of the reasons why people are pro exclusive and are more prone, those who do like exclusives are more prone to potentially owning numerous pieces of hardware, is because there is this kind of understanding where whatever games you're going to make exclusive to your device that you're trying to sell at hundreds of dollars, it's got to be fucking incredible. And that's why, when you think about it, when people go into these shows, whether it be a State of Play, an Xbox Showcase, or a Nintendo Direct, what are the games people really are going in for? I mean, let's face it. They're going in for the exclusive. They want to see the big guns. Like, what do you got? What do you got that's so good that's going to make me leave being like, I have to start saving up. I got to make sure by the time this game comes out, I got this hardware. And that's I think that's, yeah. So to answer that question, I don't think I can say definitively, like, if you're pro exclusivity, then you need every console. The reality is there just might not be exclusives that are compelling enough to you. I will say there does seem to be enough variety across Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft at this point that you kind of know which one's going to speak to you most. But yeah, generally speaking, you probably are going to have multiple consoles by the end of the gen or multiple pieces of hardware more often than not. Blond, you're saying, tried Destiny a few times. It's super mid. When I play, it feels like my soul is leaving my body. Nintendo and Summer Game Fest were the better showcases. Jesus, man. So sounds like you really didn't like Destiny. It felt like your soul was leaving your body. That's pretty bad, man. That's pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. I played Destiny. I played the first one for a while, but I completely fell out of it. Just wasn't my thing, I got to like the end game and I was like, all right, let me see something here. So clearly I don't know, I'll probably have to retitle the stream or something. I said we were talking about all the gaming news, but really we're just talking about PlayStation and Xbox. But yeah, I do want to not refocus, but I want to turn this over to, what, as PlayStation, I'm assuming most of us here are PlayStation players and fans, but there's something I want to talk about here that I have found peculiar, and it makes me feel disconnected. And I feel like I can't tell, like, I know how I feel. And when I think about that and then I like kind of match that, I stack that up against what's out there, like what I'm seeing and the reactions from people, I can't tell if, like, man, am I really out of touch? Oh, Gavin, did it, hold on. Maybe I missed it. Let me see. I'm sorry about that, Gavin. Let me double check and make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, that's my bad, dude. For some reason, that one just got pinched in between a couple of others. Let me read that. Gavin used his milestone chat. He says, so are Gears and Clockwork Revolution anti-consumer and their other games are pro-consumer, or vice versa, or both, or neither? I can't keep track anymore. Gavin, my answer to that is ask the grifters. Ask the people who go absolutely berserk over the idea of exclusivity and have been cheering on Microsoft for the last year and a half or two and cheerleading them. Ask them, because what their response should be is Microsoft is just as bad as Sony now. Microsoft is saying they're basically, even though they have some games that are coming to PlayStation, they're making it clear they're going back to the way they used to do things. So therefore, they are just as bad as Sony. Either that, or they're going to tell you, actually, here's a couple reasons why it's okay now. because I've always said exclusives are fine. I've always said that like exclusives have always played a role in this industry. They always have. They always will, and they should. So my answer to that, I'm going to tell you this, Gavin. I'm going to say this too. I don't, and I'm not projecting this. I know I'm going to sound like ticked off. I'm not ticked off, but it's like I don't give a shit if they're pro or anti consumer. I just give a shit if they're good, and that's it. Show me a good fucking game that looks incredible, that like I must play that game, and you tell me here's a piece of hardware I'm selling with it. Okay, I'm not going to cry. I don't care. Why would I like? Why I really don't care that much. You know what I mean? Like a good game's a good game's a good game. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I haven't spent my entire life in gaming buying hardware for exclusives. I always have. All I'm going to say is this. The fucking pro/anti-consumer conversation about exclusives is dead because it doesn't matter anymore. The amount of celebrating I'm seeing right now about Gears being exclusive, that conversation's fucking dead and buried. Exclusives are right back to where they were prior to all this nonsense, which is they are the reason people tune in to these showcases to know, am I buying your console or not? Am I going to make any level of investment onto your console/ecosystem or not? And now we can finally toss aside this fucking, I'm going to be honest, man, like this annoying conversation that has persisted where it's like, but there ain't, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like, give it a rest. Okay? It's like I said with the PC side of things. And honestly, and it's no offense to PC gamers here, but I've encountered it most of the time from PC players where it's like, do you guys not understand there's thousands of games on your preferred platform that are not on console, therefore they are exclusives and you enjoy and partake in exclusives? Do you not realize that? Do you not realize that there are developers that make a conscientious choice time and time again to not release their games onto consoles? Therefore, it's technically, by your definition, anti-consumer. But they never thought of it. They never care about that. That's why I'm saying, dude. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, who cares anymore? Just, if you see a game that you like and it's attached to a piece of hardware, go buy it. And if you can't afford it, save up for it. And if it's going to take you some time, so be it. If it's that good, it should be worth it in the end. That's the way it's always been, man. That's the way it's always been. And the way it's always going to be. Triggered by 20 people on X again. Actually, no, that one doesn't come from X. Jeez. That one doesn't come from X. Oh, trust me, I've gotten triggered on X. Dude, that's a whole nother level, brother. I can't even go there. Dude, Twitter has been heinous. That's like my favorite word to use anymore. It's been bad this past week, but it's to be expected. It's to be expected. I'm used to it at this point. Let me see here. We have a super chat from Lund. He says, MBG, what did you think of Blood Message? It looks like your type of game, I think, but better than what Sony and Xbox could make. I did see a little bit of gameplay, and it's way cinematic. Like, I do kind of like it. I like what I saw. I could see it being a game I play. It looks really cool. I need to watch more gameplay, though. I only saw like 30 seconds of it. You're saying I engage bait people, they will respond. I mean, I guess, dude. Like, I could say anything on Twitter, and people, I get crazy responses. It's the nature of the beast. Like, there was a time where I kind of did look to Twitter for some sense of like, all right, what's going on here? Let's evaluate the playing field. It's just not Twitter. Like, people will say like Twitter X is not real. And that is true. Like, it's not even remotely indicative of what's actually going on. And it's extremely dangerous to assume it is. Um, did you guys see that Hugh Laurie, the actor who plays House, is one of my favorite actors. Also, House is like one of the best shows ever. Um, he recently got into like a spat with somebody on Twitter who was like deeply criticizing the show House. And it became like a thing. Like it went viral. And he ultimately like apologized and he was like, whatever. I was like a little bit drunk and I just care deeply about the show. But I'm like, that's crazy. Like this place is bad, dude. Like you get people like Hugh Laurie, who's like probably one of the coolest dudes in the world. And to think like even he got rage baited, bro. I'm like, this is fucking sad. He probably wasn't drunk. Hugh Laurie's awesome. Does nobody know what I'm talking about? Did nobody see this? I know, Irfan. I know you told me. I've seen clips of his comedy sketch show. Hugh Laurie's awesome, dude. One of the most underrated actors ever. But it was like that was a reality check for me where I'm like, okay. Like it's pretty bad over here. Like it is that bad. Like even my man Hugh, he's just like me. Even my man Hugh Laurie's getting fucking rage baited. It's true what they say. It's better to just stay away. It's better to just stay away. But you know, I'll continue to say the pendulum swings. It always swings, and it's swinging right now. Make no mistake, it's swinging. But I'm very deeply curious to know. I'm well, no, Chris, it didn't just take that. I'm just saying it like there's levels to it, and it reached a new level of whoa. Um, I'm very, very curious to see how Sony responds to all of this because I just want to go back to a notion I was kind of pushing earlier, which is I've just been I have been observing what people are saying, and I've been not necessarily on Twitter, but in certain spaces and getting a feel for people's reactions, and it's so interesting to me that like everybody has a very different vibe and to this whole thing and a very different read on it. And one of the more interesting ones to me is I've seen some PlayStation players, they have this feeling, this opinion, I should say, on what is happening with Xbox right now. And it's very much like, okay, like good luck. It's not gonna matter. Like you can make Gears exclusive, you can make as many games as you want exclusive. It's not gonna make people go buy Xboxes. Sony doesn't really have to worry about anything. And I'm trying to really figure out where I stand on that because I just went on this whole thing about my conspiracy theory, but no matter what, there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee. Here's what I think. I think the potential success of the Xbox console and that specific ecosystem has basically always hinged on whether or not Sony fails or succeeds. Because think about it. The only time Xbox truly broke through was when Sony failed. And they did so by their own hand. They shot themselves in the foot with the PlayStation 3. The PlayStation 3 was proof, at least in the beginning days, that, exclusives or not, man, like you make enough mistakes, people are going to be looking for an alternative. And that's where Xbox sees the day and they realize, like, that's us. This is our opportunity. It was a golden opportunity and it worked out incredibly well for them. But once we finished that generation, then Microsoft made the exact same mistake, even worse though, where they're like, now we're going to shoot both of our feet. And Sony was like, so So basically, all we have to do is not that, and we'll win. It's like, yeah, that's basically all you got to do. And then, they obviously did a lot more going into the PS4 generation, but I'm just saying it's like ever since, Microsoft had one win ultimately in the grand scheme of things. And it's not for lack of trying. I want to make that clear. Like, that's the most important thing here to me when observing this is like Microsoft always spent money on the Xbox division. They always tried to spend money in ways that they believed would help facilitate a greater level of success for the brand. And nothing encapsulates that more so than them dumping like $80 billion into it this generation. But there's one aspect of this that I'm fixated on. And it's really hard to talk. Like, I am hesitant to talk about this because it's going to get toxic. And I don't want to deal with the toxicity. Like, I won't lie, this is one area where I've seen so many reactions on Twitter, and I'm like, I can't do this. Somebody kind of alluded to it earlier, but I do feel disconnected a little bit. And it's like, I see the criticism levied towards Sony, and I try not to get defensive over it, where it's like, I get it. Even if you go watch my reaction to the state of play, even I at some places was like, what? Getting nervous over here, questioning things. But when I like zoom out and I look at everything holistically, it's all, all the dust is settled. And I rewatch the Wolverine gameplay. I rewatch the Until Dawn reveal. I rewatch the God of War Lao Fei 20-minute reveal. And I understand, like, at a base level, why people will look at other shows and be like, those shows were better. I totally get that, where it's like Summer Game Fest, look at all the major reveals they had. Even Xbox had like 10 first-party things. And then you see what Nintendo just did today. So I totally get that, and that's not what I'm focused on. There's one thing here that I'm like, okay, this is putting me in a position where like, oh man, either I'm like not crazy, but I'm losing touch and I'm going to find that out, or something is being obscured and obfuscated or like distorted. The reality is actually being distorted. And what I'm referring to here is there is this weird conversation that it definitely exists in way more places outside of Twitter, where it's like, yeah, the games Sony showed like don't look that good. And I was like, the biggest game here, like I understand. So to be clear, I want to say first and foremost, Until Dawn 2, I kind of get that. I've said it myself. Until Dawn 2, something's going on with those graphics. They gotta, like, literally, there's something weird visually going on with that game. They have to sort that out. I still think the game looks good though. I can't wait for that game. Truly, I think it's going to be a good one. I'm rooting for Firesprite. However, God of War Lao Fei, I can understand the controversy to an extent, and I'm saying with that game, that game could have the best gameplay ever created. There's going to be some level of controversy because of the nature of it being a God of War game where you're playing as his wife. I get that. The big one for me is Wolverine. Wolverine is freaking me out because I can't tell what's real and what's not. So the best, like, to be clear, I think Wolverine's going to sell great, and I'm sure it's going to do just fine. But I've encountered so many, like, just so much negativity towards Wolverine where I'm like, I don't understand what happened. And I'm trying to understand, like, I'm trying to really understand, like, is this real or is this forced? Because if you go back to 2021, when it was announced Insomniac was making a Wolverine game, people lost their fucking shit. They lost their minds. Now you fast forward to here we are. Here's the gameplay reveal of Wolverine, and it pretty much looks Now, maybe this is where the disconnect lies. In my opinion, I'm like, yeah, that looks like a fucking Wolverine game, all right? That's like he's tearing shit up, brutal, blood everywhere. He's raging, set piece moments. I'm like, yeah, that's a Wolverine game. And that sure as shit looks like an Insomniac Wolverine game. And I'm just like, what happened in between now and then that like it's just throwing me off. It's like, all right, I got to be real with you guys. I'll be honest with you, okay? And you'll help. We'll figure this out together. Here's what really fucked me up. I went to read the comments on my State of Play stream. And then I went to go read the comments on the Xbox stream. And I feel like I'm being fucked with. I'm going to be honest. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I am being gaslit into the next dimension and falling for it. But I check things on my channel. And this is where I'm like, what is going on here? I checked all the comments on the PlayStation State of Play. There were almost no comments about Wolverine. And the only comment I saw about Wolverine was somebody said, Wolverine looks like a PS4 game. And that had 30 upvotes. And, I'm just looking at and I'm not saying like these comment sections, I'm talking about my comment sections. I'm not saying it matters that much, but I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, okay, maybe people are under. So it's just like trying to read the room a little bit, like get a temperature measure here. I'm like, okay, I guess maybe Wolverine was a little bit underwhelming for people, but here's the important part, Irfan. You're saying who gives a shit? Here's the important part. Then I go to check the comment section of my Xbox reaction. Literally, there's probably, I'm not exaggerating this, there's at least 12 to 15 comments of people gushing over Gears of War, saying it's in a class of its own. It's the best game shown this gen. It looks fucking phenomenal. It's blowing them away. And all of these comments have like between 30 and 50 upvotes each. And so it's like, if you look at that, it's creating a narrative. It's painting a picture. And that picture is Wolverine's not good looking. Gears looks incredible. And clearly way more people are excited for Gears than Wolverine. And I'm a PlayStation-centric channel. Mind you, I'm a fucking PlayStation-centric channel. And I start to look at this shit and I'm like, there's no way this is real. Like, I'm saying this because it's like, then I go to the PlayStation YouTube channel and it's like, all right, well, if what I'm seeing here is indicative of the wider, greater reality, then when I go to the PlayStation channel and I check the comments of Wolverine, it'll look different, but there should be some shades of similarity. And it's like nothing but fucking praise and people losing their minds about how amazing it looks. And I'm like, what's going on? And then, I go and I check Gears. Now, granted, all the comments for Gears are positive, but Wolverine's got like 6 million views. Gears doesn't even have like 1 million views. And I'm highlighting this because the picture that's being painted on my channel is Gears is way more popular than Wolverine, and there's way more interesting Gears than Wolverine. I'm like, that's bullshit. That's impossible. Literally, that's statistically impossible. But yet on my channel, in my comment sections, if you were somebody who came to my channel and you used my channel to gauge a reading, you're going to walk away with that reading. Like, that's what it's telling you. Not that I'm saying you should use my channel for that. Certainly not my comment sections. But it's like, yeah, something's not right here. I agree, Irfan. I agree. I'm like, what is going on here? But geez, you're not wrong. You're saying your channel isn't the gaming community. You're right. But surely you see how like there's something totally fucked up here. Where You're going to tell me that the majority of viewers who view my streams have decided that Gears of War E-Day, they're more excited for that than they are Wolverine. I feel like I'm being trolled. Like it's working. It's working because it's like, how is this possible? How is it's like that cannot be real. I love how Archangel like was just like, yes. MBG, the answer to that question is yes. So a small amount of people liked one game over another. Wow. You are a fanboy of Wolverine. Come on, Cheese. You gotta know, you gotta see the bigger picture of what I'm saying. Right? Do a poll. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't do polls on my channel anymore on the community. I guess you're right. I could do that. I could just do a poll on the channel. And it's not that, listen, it's not that it matters that deeply to me where it's like, I'm going to flip the table. Fuck this shit. No, but it's weird to be honest, it's weird. And you know what it made me realize more than anything? There's actually a point to me saying this to you guys. And Cheese, you're going to love this one, bro. Cheese is about to be like, oh, here we go. Here we go. It made me realize something. It made me realize that there's only one logical conclusion here. Wait, hold on. Nicodemus, before I go any further, you're saying, wait, are you actually surprised, MBG? Why are you saying that? That's a serious question because I'm curious. You're making it sound like there's something you're seeing that I'm not, that I'm like totally blind to. And I'm curious what that is. Oh man, my arm. Yeah, there it is. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I wasn't expecting that, Nicodemus. You're saying because you were an Xbox channel first. Okay, that's fair. Like you're right about that. But surely you understand that like I've been a PlayStation channel way longer than I was an Xbox channel. And when I was an Xbox channel, I wasn't talking much about Gears. But I guess I could see why that's actually the only answer that I wouldn't disagree with completely because it's like, that's true. You can't run from your past. No, they're dragging me back. Well, you know what, though? I was an Xbox channel for about 2 years. And I'll tell you what, those 2 years I was an Xbox channel, I was very much playing on Xbox, but it was just, you see Hopium in its purest form, bro. That was it. I'm like, State of Decay 2. Please let State of Decay 3 be good. I was like, State of Decay 2 is it. Sea of Thieves won't be that bad. And Sea of Thieves, to be fair, did turn out to be a good game in the long run. But do you guys remember when Sea of Thieves first launched? People were like, what the fuck is this? There's like nothing to do. There's nothing here. And they're like, we're going to make content. Give us time. I remember one of the last big games I played on Xbox. It was Red Dead Redemption 2. I was still on Xbox at that time. And one of the things that I actually did feel good about, and I got to give credit to Xbox on this, is like they put out the Xbox One X, and that shit was native 4K on the One X. 1440p on the Pro. And I do remember, I'm like, okay, that's a flex. For me at that time, I was extremely excited for Red Dead 2. But that was like kind of the last good memory I had of Xbox before I departed. MBG, it's because it's the hardcore gaming community that watches YouTube channels like yours. It's more impressed by Gears, but the casuals will flock more to Wolverine, thus the high views. You know, I need to ask this question, though, and I'm trying to ask respectfully, okay? I'm not trying to project any shade or, like, fuck Xbox energy. I'm really not, but I watched Gears as well, and I just seriously have to ask the question. Like, I have my own theory. Does Gears of War not look like more Gears of War? Not to say that Gears of War is bad, Like I'm basically asking the question, like, does it really warrant, like, does it warrant a level of hype that's like this dumps on Wolverine? Because to me, I'm like, that's crazy. Like, that's where I find myself a little bit at odds. And I know we all have our biases, but I'm just like, I said earlier, like, I'm happy for Gears of War fans because it seems like they're getting what they've been waiting for. And to me, I think the cause for hype for Gears of War E-Day isn't just because it looks good, but more importantly, it's because it's like we're going back. Like, no more of this Gears 4 and 5 shit where we're doing the next generation. Like, we're going back. And to me, I could see how that gets the really hardcore fans like rev the fuck up. No pun intended. Where they're like, hell yes. But as somebody who's not like a hardcore Gears of War fan, I look at it and I'm like, that looks very good. But then I see my comments. I'm like, I don't know that we were watching the same thing, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, also, I have a question about Gears of War E-Day. Is it not going to have multiplayer? I thought this was going to be a big push to try to do like a kind of live service Gears of War thing. Did they announce multiplayer for it? It is going to have multiplayer? Interesting. Yeah, that's true. I didn't watch the entire direct. I don't know, man. I guess it's just I don't know. I'm the this isn't so much about Gears of War or Xbox's quality, to be honest, because I do think Gears of War looks extremely high quality. I want to make that clear. Like, Gears of War looks like one of the highest quality games Microsoft has put out in a long time. Um, and I just want to make that clear. Like, I'm not one of these people where it's like it looks like shit. Because to me, that would be a lie. Like, if I told you, oh, Gears looks bad and it looks like shit, I feel like that would be a lie. But that's why I feel like I just feel thrown off by I see so many people, they're talking about Wolverine that way. And I'm like, guys, I am getting concerned that we're going to end up sending Sony the wrong message. And it's going to be because they're going to start listening to the wrong people. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I get frustrated where it's like, guys, there are many things I think to really bitch at Sony about. Like, let them know. Sound off. We have to when it's necessary. But I'm like, people making it seem like I'm tired of these games, man. I'm tired of, like, come on, Insomniac. Really? This, to me, I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, I get it. It's Marvel. And if you don't like Marvel, fine. That's fair. But, like, how the fuck are we going to walk away from that 10 minutes of Wolverine and be like, that was just underwhelming as shit? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, did you not see the part where he fucking, you know, where he like punched him with his claws like 10 times, then took his head and smashed it on the cinder block? Did you not see the part where he picked him up and impaled him on the fucking forklift? Like, that's where I'm like, why people are making it sound like this is some weak ass nonsense they're showing. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. I guess. That's it. You're saying I'm a PlayStation guy, but I'm going to admit Wolverine and God of War look like a reskin? Interesting. MVP Moss, you're saying, is a day one Gears fan. It looked meh. Nothing stood out, honestly. I don't know why people are hyping it up so bad. Please explain what stands out. Well, I mean, I can't answer that. I can't answer that, MVP Moss. The thing that, truthfully, the thing that stood out to me that made me go, what? Was seeing Marcus Phoenix in regular clothes, where I was very thrown off by that. I think everything about Gears of War E-Day looks good. I don't know, man. I don't want to be defensive about anything. I can't. You're saying so people are not allowed to be underwhelmed by Sony games? No, they absolutely are. They absolutely are. But I have to ask the question, like, Wolverine's the one to be underwhelmed by? Like, I'll give you a good example. All right. You guys can dunk on me on this if you want, because yes, I'm referring to Twitter. I get it. If I watch the Gears E-Day Direct, I'll watch it on my own. I saw a couple parts of it. I showed off a clip of gameplay on Twitter, and I asked people, I was like, what do you think of the Wolverine gameplay? And I was a little bit shocked at the amount of... So I showed off the part where he's riding the motorcycle, and he rides off the cliff on the tree branch, and then, bombs down on them. And basically he's like fucking... It's like a set piece moment where he's like, hopping from one truck to the other, just like fucking tearing people up. And I just showed that part, and I was shocked at the level of animosity I was seeing. If not, maybe animosity isn't the right word, but it's like a level of like, I'm like, dude, like people were going nuts. Like this was maybe too similar, and maybe that's the problem. But like, these are the set piece moments that fucking people were literally screaming over during the entire PS4 generation and even proportions of this generation. But now it's just like, And I get where people are like, well, yeah, because it's like it's being overdone. But I'm like, dude, the difference is, though, you're fucking tearing people to shreds here. Like, you're not punching somebody in the face and they're just falling off the side like Nathan Drake. You're literally, I mean, dude, you are like practically ripping their head off and doing these crazy spin moves and shit. I don't know. I guess I guess it just feels disheartening, to be honest, a little bit, where I'm like, dude, of all the times for people to start being like, on Sony games, I'm like, why is it got to be with this one? Like, this one looks amazing to me. I don't know. And it's fine. I'm not saying people aren't allowed to feel that way. I'm just trying to understand what people are seeing that I'm not, I guess, It's just a matter of trying to understand it. And I just question sometimes, like, how much of this is real? Like, like how many people am I seeing that are saying this, but then they're like, they bought Wolverine. They're going to buy Wolverine. They have it pre-ordered already. It's like, I don't know. Matado, you're saying, MBG, be careful. Don't say anything. Absolutely anything negative about Gears. The moment you do, every Xbox fanboy and PC fanboy will start saying you're coping, and they'll be quoting you for months. That's true. Gears look like total ass. Yeah, it looked like ass, bro. Make sure you don't clip the part where I said 20 minutes ago, it looks like the highest quality game Microsoft has put out. Since, they did put out Forza, but you know what I'm saying. Don't clip that. Clip the other thing. Cheese, you're saying, for me, the 2-second blood and suit healing is distracting. Gameplay was that usual part, live part cutscene. Or you're saying like part live, part cutscene. I hate that. I probably won't play, but it'll do well. I don't know, Cheese. I feel like you want to play this game. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like you want to play it, but you're trying to convince yourself not to. Maybe I'm wrong. I get that. I don't know. Like, people were levying criticisms at God of War Lao Fei, and they were like, they said 20 minutes of gameplay, and there was like 7 minutes of gameplay. And the rest was like cutscenes. I'm like, that's fair. Like, to me, that's totally fair criticism, where I'm like, Sony, you got to be a little bit more specific about, like, if you're going to say gameplay, you can't really have 15 minutes of cutscene. You should just say 20 minutes of the game or something like that, I'm not trying to be too nitpicky here, but it's like, I'm just saying, if somebody expresses annoyance with Sony for that, that's fair. And I think that's valid criticism that Sony should take into account when they want to show off their games again. Do you think Wolverine should be way more gritty like the movies? Interesting. I mean, are you talking like Logan? I would fucking love that. If they made Logan, they're basically making The Last of Us. Listen, man, the problem is not with you or the other people. The problem is with Twitter. You should really, once and for all, leave that cesspool of an app, but you never listen. I'll give it till maybe July, Irfin. All right? There's a chance in July I might leave Twitter forever, okay? You really don't? Never played Spider-Man 2 or Miles? after Spider-Man 1. I mean, that's fair. I will say, like, this is just my personal opinion on Wolverine and what I've seen so far. I think Wolverine's going to, for me on a personal level, be quite literally 10 times better than any of the Spider-Man games. And I do think that is just because the nature of Wolverine's character, where he is like, I obviously enjoy, I'm playing a Spider-Man and I'm uppercutting guys and I'm webbing them up and stuff, but that compared to being Wolverine and like I'm literally going to just go berserk on these guys. I don't know. I've always loved that aspect of Wolverine. And I guess to me, when I look at the Wolverine gameplay, I'm like, I'm going to be honest, it was like more brutal than I even expected. Now, I know somebody was saying like there wasn't enough dismemberment. There is dismemberment. It's kind of hard to notice. But I'm like, dude, the only other game that I can think of that was like close to this level of sheer violence, and I mean just like over the top, maybe The Last of Us Part 2, but even then, you know, like there's blood spurting everywhere. Like, dude, I can't even post certain footage of Wolverine on Twitter if I wanted to because it gets marked as too violent, which is crazy because YouTube lets it, but Twitter doesn't. What? And I guess to me, I'm like, dude, I guess I feel a little bit burnt, to be honest. I'll tell you why. It's because I remember when Wolverine was announced in 2021, everybody had concerns. And I was here for years talking to you guys about Wolverine, and I was acknowledging I had the concerns too. Like, people were worried like it's going to be too babified. They're not going to make it violent enough. They're going to dumb them down. They're going to insomniacify the game. And it's going to be like PG and all this shit. And I'm like, yeah, those are all possibilities, man. We just have to hope that Insomniac listens to us when we say we want an M-rated, brutal fucking Wolverine game where he's not holding back. And I feel like that's what they showed us, and people are like, I'm like, what? What are you doing? Like, this is what you asked. This is what we asked for. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I'm just paying too much attention to the naysayers, but I just find that that's what concerns me is it's like they literally are delivering the thing we asked for. From what I saw it, I got the receipts. If I really wanted to, I could go back and I'd find all this stuff of people asking this. But this is where it's like, in reality, they're going to release the game. It's probably going to be one of their best-selling games of the generation. And, all this kind of naysaying that exists in between doesn't really matter. You don't see what people like about Bethesda RPGs or Witcher and Cyberpunk. They have huge audiences, but they don't appeal to you, and that's okay. That's true, too. I mean, I feel like with games like The Witcher and Cyberpunk, I can see it a little bit more. I won't lie. Yeah, with Bethesda's RPGs, there's like a part of me logically that can understand, but I can't feel anything, And I guess that's true. People look at Wolverine and they're like, well, Look at X-Men Origins Wolverine compared to Marvel Wolverine. One's more gritty and brutal. I'll have to look at gameplay again of X-Men Origins Wolverine because I don't know, man. Like, I know X-Men Origins Wolverine was brutal as hell. Like, I remember, dude, you would jump on a helicopter, rip the guy out, put his head up to the blades. It was crazy. But I feel like the thing about Insomniac's Wolverine that I really like more so is it feels a little bit more intimate, if that makes sense. Like, the camera angle, it feels like, I don't know, there's just a kind of more of an impact to every hit Logan gets on an enemy, where like you can kind of feel it a little bit more. But gritty, I mean, yeah, I do agree that when I think back to when it was a long time ago I played it, but when I played X-Men Origins Wolverine, it was darker. Like, it didn't have this kind of. It was funny though, because that game came out at that time though, during the 360 and PS3 era, where everything was like kind of a darker color palette, almost like a muted color palette, which was cool to an extent. Unless GTA sells 90 million copies on PlayStation, then there are people who don't want it either. I don't accept that. I refuse to accept that. No, Clark. Okay. Get down. You can't be up here. Well, saying it's exactly what I was trying to say, MG. Well, yeah, I'm not trying to like throw shade to it's not so much. I feel like Irfan, you remember how you were saying you gotta get off Twitter or whatever? But that's why I was highlighting, like, dude, I see this shit in my own comment sections where I'm like, this can't be real. It's not, dude. I'm sorry. I know it's not. I'm not I'm naive sometimes, but I'm not stupid. Like, I'm well aware that there was a concerted effort to ensure that on MBG's PlayStation YouTube channel, since he decided to stream the Xbox event, we have to make it look as though PlayStation players are more excited for Gears than they are Wolverine. I understand that that was a thing that was done. So here's the grand conclusion I've been trying to come to, guys. I'm switching to Xbox. No, I'm just kidding. That's not the grand conclusion. Quite the opposite, actually. By the way, before I tell you my grand conclusion, did you guys see that on or at Summer Game Fest, every person that was attending, not Summer Game Fest, Xbox Fan Fest, every person that was attending Xbox Fan Fest, they were gifted a free 25th anniversary Xbox Series X. Bro, I was invited to Fan Fest and I didn't go. All right, whoa, hold on. You're telling me I'm getting paranoid. All right, fine. You know what? Here's what we're going to do then. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go check. And I'll listen to you guys. That's a fumble, MBG, not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit like, you got to be like, have they ever done that before? Imagine that. MBG fucking leaving Xbox Fan Fest. I got my PlayStation shirt on, but I got my fucking Xbox 25th anniversary in one hand, all this Xbox merch in the other. I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to go stream now and talk to my channel about this. I would never resell something like that. No, I would never. I know there's like probably high resale value, but no, dude. I don't know. I would probably open it, but I like, when's Sony going to do the translucent stuff? Like, come on, dude. Sony's waiting. break glass in case of emergency type shit with Sony here. All right, let's go see. I'm going to go to my channel. You tell me if I'm paranoid. I'm going to do this exercise with you guys because maybe I am. Maybe I'm not seeing things. Listen, I got a lot of shit going on in my life these days, so I can't tell if I'm seeing clearly or not anymore. I feel so lost. Where is... Okay, so here's the Xbox... Or no, here's the PlayStation one. Okay. I'm going to bring this up, and we'll just check the comments. This is of the state of play. All right, so what's it say here? Comment with 7 upvotes. It's pronounced Lao Fei. So I'm getting, of course, the first comment is my pronunciation being bad. No surprise there. Second, 16 upvotes. People forget that Axe Kratos be carrying around did belong to Faye. Okay, so that's... Of course, somehow there's a comment. The cube is a cameo to Blue Box Studios. So, to be fair, like, the comments aren't looking bad. I know my camera's blocked at the moment. The companion cube looks like it came out of Genshin Impact. Silent Hill, Ill and Silent Hill. God, that's a crazy sentence. Are my games for the show for sure. He actually said Jean Grey wasn't ugly. Okay. God of War stole the show. Looks incredible. Okay, so there's a positive one. A whopping 4 upvotes. Okay. The cube is oi Huey. It was a good state of play. Why can't people be happy? Everybody's scared of change. I don't understand. Why isn't it God of War? It's literally a story, narratively. Everything about that trailer was God of War. The only difference being the protagonist. Okay, so it's 5 upvotes. Saying JT. Okay, 18 upvotes. People are never happy. Games looked good. Okay, so looking over it again, it seems like they're not really negative. What happened to that Wolverine? Did I imagine that Wolverine comment? It turns out, MBG, you're fucking insane. There was no comment about Wolverine, you damn lunatic. Now I'm getting concerned. Does MBG hate women? Oh, wow. And then it's got 3. Look at that. 3 people need to know the answer to that question. Okay. No, I don't hate women. Cube better than Atreus. The cube is throwing me off. Probably one of the better stated plays I could think of. This was a bit overhyped, but overall it was a really solid show. Okay. Santa tried to make a new IP in 2013. They failed. Funny how Buddy says people need to stop crying about women in games and proceeds to complain about women in games. I hate that, dude. Comments like that really do bother me sometimes. Enzo, you're going to get banned, you son of a bitch. No, but comments like that really do bother me because that's not what happened. Block that guy. It's okay. Don't block him. I'm kidding. He said sorry. Don't block him. Don't do it. Don't do it. Cease. See, now if Rich Rod was a mod right now, he would have been blocked literally at the beginning of the stream, and I would have never even known. Oh, hold on. Okay, Ray just deleted it. Ray's like, I got you. Irvin's like, I meant the comment, man. I meant the comment. Now we're getting ultra confused. We're looking at comments. We're looking at the chat. What's what here? Oh wait, no, you know, he's not blocked. It's fine. Everybody calm down. But that comment about the dude saying I say people need to stop crying about women in games and then cries about women in games. That's not what I did. We were just having a conversation, man. But whatever. Tarnished like the state of play. So this comment, so far, this is the most upvoted comment we've seen. Julian says, I think PlayStation desperately needs new franchises and more importantly, in different genres. So I feel like that's not overly net. That's a fair comment. That's fair feedback to me. Like that's something that maybe should be said to Sony, where it's like, yeah, okay, that's fair. And I think they're working on that. I would be shocked if they weren't. Butter Cheek says, I don't know about the green cube and why did they call it Frank? Why'd they call him Frank, man? I'm getting tired of PlayStation Studios, or Kratos says God of War. I'm getting tired of PlayStation Studios. It's like the games are more and more the same we've had for 2 generations now. Even bringing back Killzone at this stage would be at least different. Okay. Yeah, nothing overly... dude, now I'm getting freaked out. Where the fuck... Oh, there it is. There it is. Why does Wolverine look like a PS4 game? Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not out of my mind. I was really starting to get concerned that I made up that comment and it doesn't actually exist. And I'm like, uh-oh. I'm about to expose myself right now to everybody that it turns out MBG hallucinates. Some of you wouldn't be surprised. Julian made that comment. He's like, you're not hallucinating, bro. I made that comment. Now I'm freaked out. Now he's here. Who are you, Julian? Stop following me like this. Oh, here's one. I didn't see this one before. Such a phenomenal state of play. Sony's alienating their fans by doing the Marvel thing, spin-offs replacing main characters. I'd feel like shit if I were a PlayStation fan. Oh, man. They don't have anything cool coming and the showcase has been mid to bad for 5 years. That's that's crazy to me, bro. What? All right. We even got Gaming Survivor down here. We even got Gaming Survivor down here saying Gaming Survivor, I want you to know this was the most toxic comment I've read so far, bro. How can this be? How is Gaming Survivor taking the crown for the most toxic comment? All right. He says, read it. I'm not a culture warrior, and I'm not coming at it from that angle, which I appreciate the preface there. The Faye game isn't peak Sony and looks like shit. Damn, that's cray. That's cray, man. That's bait. God, I need that Gears of War E-Day showcase to inject some fucking masculinity into gaming again. The talking Jello cube is just stupid. I feel like the show is very meh for me. Don't know why so many guys keep going into these stated plays with expectations of peak showcases. Then they get let down when that doesn't happen. You can tell MBG has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. All right, well, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Not gonna lie, God of War Lafayette looked better than Wolverine. Wolverine looked like Spider-Man with claws. Oh, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me, bro. What do you mean? With Spider-Man with claws. All right. That's fine. Yep, it is Spider-Man with claws. All right. Fire Herman Hulst immediately. What a great comment section, guys. Fantastic comment section. All right, let's go see now. Let's go check the comments on. Okay. Well, that was pretty good. Can't wait for Fable. Gears is back. Can't wait to play Gears of War E-Day. Look at the upvotes. 45 upvotes, 34, 42. Not a single comment on my State of Play stream got that many upvotes. Can't wait to play Gears of War E-Day. Brother, I'm not going to lie to you. Gears is in a class of its own. Looks too good. Gears is amazing. Venino says, thanks for streaming all the shows. Speedy recovery, my order of the show. Thank you for Venino. I appreciate that. Summer Game Fest, Xbox show, PlayStation show. Some guy, some rando here dropping timestamps. What's up with that? Just kidding. Shout out to Devil Shooter. Wow, is Xbox back? The show is better than State of Play. Gears looks Big Cat's Corner, that's crazy. Gears looks significantly better than Wolverine. Oh, man. I'm deleting that comment. You hear? I'm deleting that. I disagree with that so much. I'm deleting it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to delete it. But that, to me, that is a crazy comment. That 2018 acquisition coming to in fruition, a true powerhouse. That's true. A lot of the 2018 studios that were acquired are showing up. Gears of War E-Day. Buy an Xbox. Best show, hands down. Carl says I saw 99.7 PS5 logos. Apart from Gears, I thought that showcase was trash. Gears looked okay at best. All right. Somebody just says, bro, what is this? Well, there we go. All right. So you tell me, maybe, what is our takeaway here? What are we thinking? What's going on? Am I crazy? I'm probably a little crazy. Nicodemus, that's not the truth. That's not. Are you out of your mind, Nicodemus? Nick a crazy. Okay, that sounded dangerous. Nick, like Nick, crazy. Oh, the name Nick with the word crazy after. Oh, you know what? His name? No, now I got to clear myself. There's a person in my chat with the name Nicodemus. Nickoodemus. And I tried to just put the word crazy after his name. All right? God damn. I knew I should have ended the stream like 15 minutes ago. Once again, MBG finds himself in a situation. Sure thing, MBG, whatever you say. Well, that's definitely getting clipped. Please just listen. If you're going to clip that, please just give the context, man, for the love of all that is holy. Clip whatever you want about what I said about PlayStation, Xbox, but if you're going to clip that, please give it the context. Dude, I'm going to see this trending on Twitter, and I'm going to be like, well, should have just taken the day off. Do you think Gears of War E-Day is probably the best UE5 game to release graphics-wise? That makes sense. I mean, they said they were working directly with Epic, right? Damn. Yes, that's true. That is true. Oh, man. All right. Even Concord looked better than Gears, bro. All right, now you're trolling, El Unico. Concord dumps on Gears. Concord died for this. Well, all in all, listen, there is a grand conclusion I need to come to here. Okay? I've been teasing my grand conclusion. Oh man. You almost got me, Upon. You almost got me to read that. I ain't reading that. You know then it's just gonna sound like I'm doubling down. Oh man. All right. So, in conclusion, Xbox suck. No, I do have a conclusion here, and here's what I'll say. I'll try to get a little bit more serious. All right. Now, there were some people in my chat today. They were saying, MBG, you're talking too much about Xbox. And that's fair. That's a fair criticism. People have been saying that for a while now, even prior to, the week of the showcases. But I do want to say something, and it's that, there's no denying that Xbox has a there's DNA within this channel that is Xbox. There's no denying that. And honestly, over the last 2.5 years, it has become pretty much paramount to a certain extent to talk about Xbox because of all the changes they were making, where they're making it sound like, well, they were signaling we're going to start releasing games on PlayStation 5. Then they did. And then they went like full blown, where now they're showing off Halo on the PS5 Pro, which is still crazy to think. But here's the thing. I do think that maybe the time has come for me to recede, like my hairline, in this regard, where I appreciate what Xbox is doing now. Probably more, not more, but in a different way. I have a different appreciation for it, where like I see the signal they're sending and I'm totally cool with it. I don't have any ill will towards it because I actually, it's kind of what I've been asking for a long time. But I think what's going to have to happen is the conversation that we have around Xbox on the channel is probably going to, well, it's not probably, it is going to change. It's going to change because, well, Microsoft is, again, they're sending the signal. Things are changing. And what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to try to focus more so on Sony, because when I look at, like, I have to just accept, and this is something I've been struggling to accept for a long time. I have to accept that Xbox is probably never going to do the exact thing I want them to do. I don't want to say never, but it still hasn't happened quite yet. And it's weird because when I was watching the showcase, the game I was most excited to see was State of Decay 3, and people were like clowning on that game, dude. And I'm like, geez, yikes, It's funny because like that's the disconnect with me and Xbox, where where like everybody's kind of losing it over Gears, and I'm over here being like, yo, State of Decay, thank God, they're finally seeing that game. I think it looks, I mean, it looked a little janky. It had some problems, but that's the one I'm like, honestly, that's like the game I'm most excited about from them. Um, I leave that showcase, and it wasn't a bad showcase, but I just realized like I just have to accept that I'm not the person that they're trying to appeal to at this point. I haven't been for the longest time. I changed my attitude towards Xbox quite drastically when they basically were like, we're going to start bringing our games over. I got criticized for this because people are like, well, you know, you only like their games now because they're on Xbox. I'll have you know, I just want to make it known, like, dude, I've been given pretty much a code for every single uh, Xbox game that came to PlayStation, and the only one that I really covered was Forza Horizon because I actually like Forza Horizon. Um, but I just, it's been awkward because when they did that, like when they signaled we're coming to PlayStation, I tried to look at that as like a new beginning in a sense where it's like, all right, well, the console wars are over. Like there is no heated competition anymore. It makes sense that they want to reach out to my channel. I'm a PlayStation channel. They're trying to appeal to PlayStation players. So I just looked at it as them extending the olive branch and like, well, okay, like cool, and it changed my perception going into like Xbox shows and everything they were doing, frankly. It changed my perception on everything they were doing because I now viewed them basically as like the same way I do EA, Take-Two Interactive. But there was always this tether to it where it's like, but they're not them. Like Take-Two Interactive, EA, like they didn't make consoles and try to go to war with Sony for 2 decades just to say we're not doing that anymore. So there was always this kind of caveat with it. And because of that, we would be talking about Xbox for a long time. I mean, we talked about them so frequently because it's like here's all the information about Helix. Here's what they're doing here. Here's what the executive's saying there. And it all was basically, it all hinged on, so what are they really saying? Like, what are they actually doing? Like, what is the message here? And I feel like for once, truly, like this feels like the first time probably since 2020, maybe even like 2019, because I think that's technically when the Xbox Series X was first revealed. This feels like the first time they gave a solid answer where it's like, to me, if the question was, guys, is the console war over and Xbox hardware's pretty much done and you're now a third-party publisher, I thought that's what like they were saying. I thought that's what they were trying to tell us for the last 2 years. But now they've come out and they've said, no, that's not what we are. The answer they've now given me is we are going back to the console wars. We are going back to exclusives. We are going to try to take on Sony and Nintendo again. And we're going to be aggressive. And I feel like for me, it's like, okay. I tweeted about it even being even more confusing. Well, yeah, but that's honestly, I've had time to think about it, Cheese. Like, I know what tweet you're talking about. I was frustrated. I'll be honest. Like, people were like, "Oh, dude, you're seething." I wasn't seething, but I was frustrated. We're like, "Yeah, I called Xbox a clown show." I was like, "Dude, their messaging has been," and I'm not wrong. Like, people can say what they want. We're like, "You're just a pony coping." It's like, I'm not, like, I'm right. Their messaging has been fucked. And I mean, literally the most all over the place messaging I've ever seen. And that's why it's like, I'm getting off the ride now. Like, and I mean that earnestly. I'm not making some declaration where it's like, I'm never talking about Xbox on this channel again. No, I'm saying I'm getting off the ride. I feel like Microsoft has taken me for, now I know I've chosen to cover them and I've chosen to go along for the ride. But I especially feel this way because it's like, you guys just signaled to me and told me, and every PlayStation player, that like, dude, we're going multi-platform. We're bringing we're bringing Halo to PlayStation. And I thought that was the end of it. I'm like, I'm saying like, I embrace that. Like this, it's over. It's over. Like the war is over. There is no battle. We're all on the same page now. And that's fine. And that's why people were like, well, what are we going to talk about Helix when it comes out? I'm like, well, yeah, when the time comes. But every time we would talk about Helix, what was the conversation? The conversation was, this thing's going to flop. Like, it's fine. We can acknowledge it for what it is, but it's not here to take on PlayStation. All that's been completely reversed overnight. And the thing about my tweet was I was just basically expressing my frustration with the mixed messaging. And I've ultimately determined that the message has now been made clear. And I mean that. Like, it's been made more clear. The message has not been this clear since Phil Spencer stepped on stage, announced the Xbox Series X and Hellblade 2, and basically said, we're making the world's most powerful console. And everybody was like, holy shit, they're really trying to make sure PS5 has very serious competition. Hold on, you're saying never beating the dented allegations. Why? Why? What do you mean? What am I saying that sounds so dented? I think everything I just said, I'm just recapping what happened over the last 3 years. Well, no, we're not debating the purpose of the channel. That's not what we're doing. The message is now clear. Is it not? Listen, if you think I'm wrong, I'm open to you explaining to why you think I'm wrong. Is the message not clear? I mean, hold on. I want to see if I can find. Hold on. I'm trying to find the quote here. So, Xbox strategist says announced console exclusives are not a one-off. So, all right, I'll give you this information so you guys understand where I'm coming from. I realize I didn't cover any quotes or anything, and I'm speaking about it, assuming you have the context. So this was reported by VGC. It says, speaking at the Game Business Live event at Summer Game Fest, Xbox's CSO Matthew Ball said the announcement of Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution as exclusives is the start of a program at Microsoft. In recent years, Xbox has pushed towards multi-platform release model, putting nearly all of its biggest releases on rival consoles. However, according to Matthew Ball, this weekend's announcement signals that the strategy has now changed. Quote, so I can tell you how we are thinking about it. We have an internal framework and strategy that we are using to approach exclusives on and off the platform. We announced yesterday that there were 2 titles, one coming this year, one coming next year. Doing 2 titles was important. We could have announced Clockwork was going to be exclusive later at the end of the year. When we got closer and closer to the 25th anniversary, we could have kicked off 2027 by talking about that as an exclusive. It was important for us to include 2 titles so that people understood this is not a one-off. It was not commemorative. We're not saying it's our 25th anniversary. It's Gears' 20th anniversary. We're returning to Xbox. Here's an exclusive. That's the start of the program. He continues, players can expect a reliable pipeline that validates their historical investment in the Xbox platform, keeps them as Xbox players going forward, and everyone in the industry understands that exclusives are important to the growth and branding of the platform. End quote. Matthew Ball reiterated Microsoft's public statement that it will continue to put its large live service games like Call of Duty onto other platforms. We have a third bucket of titles. Those titles that we have previously announced or previously committed to with our partners. That's the important part I was highlighting to you guys earlier. Previously committed to with our partners. Like State of Decay 3 with Sony and Senua with Sony. With our teams, that we've decided to maintain those commitments. It says the Xbox strategist then went on to reference comments made by Xbox CEO Asha Sharma, who said last week that she needs to reset the Xbox business and return to growth. Asha has been clear that our business today is not healthy. She's been clear that we're turning around the business. Every day we're going to come more and more outwards about what we're doing, why we're doing it. And the reason why I say that is today, I should give you a more comprehensive answer. Here are all the titles that players can expect this year, next year, and thereafter that are going to be exclusive. We know what those are going to be. We know how we're going to make those decisions. We know how we're going to be evaluated against those decisions. But what's important there is the framework has to be external eventually. Everyone in this audience is an expert, an aficionado, an aficionado in the field. And I understand why they're saying we still don't quite get it. We have to communicate that internally. We have to communicate that to our partners. But then, most of all, at the end of the day, the average player, the average current Xbox player, and the player that we want but don't have today have to understand it very simply. And it's that we're going. We're not just ready to do it yet. So that's the entire quote from Matthew Ball. And surely, I hope you guys can read between the lines of what he's trying to say, but is literally, they're not. What does this guy know? He came from Meta. Well, listen, I want to highlight this part here. He says everyone in this audience is an expert, and I understand why they're saying we still don't quite get it. We have to communicate that internally. We have to communicate that to our partners. Okay, let's break this down. What is it that he needs to communicate? He's letting you know that this is so hard. It's not, but it is. He's referencing Asha Sharma saying we're resetting the business. We are re-fucking setting. We're hitting the reset button. We're starting over. Clean slate. He then goes on to say that you guys are experts, but we know people still don't quite understand what we're doing. We have to talk to our teams internally. Hint, hint, wink, wink. We have to communicate to all of our teams. You're not going to be releasing games on PS5 anymore. We know you were developing for PS5. We know you were expecting a pipeline of revenue from PS5. We're going to explain to you why we're not doing that and why it's going to be okay. All right? That's the first thing he's saying. He says we have to communicate that to our partners. Yes, they need to let Sony know, we're going back to coming after you. We're not your friend anymore. Okay? But then most of all, at the end of the day, the average player, the average current Xbox player, and the player we want but don't have today, they have to understand it very simply. And that's where we're going. We're just not ready to do it yet. It's next year. Listen to me. Next year, when Microsoft comes out to communicate what Project Helix is, what their strategy is, what they're doing, it's going to be the simplest thing in the world. Here's a console. It's not a PC hybrid. It's a console. It's going to be affordable. We're doing a shit ton of exclusives. And that's it. That's what we're doing. That's what it's going to be. And this is why I'm saying I'm really glad Matthew Ball gave this interview, because to me, this was what made me realize everything I said to you earlier. This is where partially where this came from. But this is where I'm trying to communicate to everybody, the line is drawn in the sand. They're just not showing it to you yet. They're giving you a hint. They're telegraphing it. They're undoing literally everything that was done over the last 2 years. But the real revelation of this, you think it'll still be a PC hybrid? I mean, it might be. I'll tell you what though, Cheese, if it does remain a PC hybrid, they're gonna really lean into it's a console. I'm telling you, it might just be seen as a bonus thing. Oh yeah, you can do that if you want. But that's not what they're marketing. And so I'm going to go back to viewing Xbox the way I did previously, but even less so, where it's I'm gonna play State of Decay 3. I don't know if there's anything else I'm gonna play. Possibly Senua as well. That looks pretty good. I need to see more of Senua. I need to be convinced that Senua is actually going to be more gameplay focused. But that's about it. And from that point forward, it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to keep my finger on the pulse to an extent to see what else they are doing. But I'm just saying, I was under the impression that Microsoft is a third party publisher, and I was very much ready to embrace them as that. And come on in. But if this is, and I actually I want to make something clear. I'm totally okay. Like, I like that they're going in this direction because I think it's what they ultimately need to do. It's like, if you are serious, you don't want your console to die. You still believe. Yeah, Blade's another one I got to see. I keep forgetting about Blade. Yeah, that one I want to see. And that will be exclusive, I bet you. I mean, unless maybe they already agreed with Marvel to make that a PS5 game, but I could see them trying to make that exclusive. So I'm going to be backing off quite a bit. It's very much, again, like, you're either in or you're out. That's what's being telegraphed here. And I'm not quite in yet. I want to see. It'll be great to see Xbox getting serious about trying to sell hardware again, to sell a console, to win people over. They are really, I'm telling you, they're really signaling that this is what they're doing. But at the same time, like, this is not a situation that I was in 2018 or 2017 where it's like I'm like on the fence with Sony, and it's like, well, I'm looking for a new place to call home for gaming and invest in. It is going to take quite a bit to convince me to go back to Xbox, and I mean that. I'm not. It's no offense to Gears of War E-Day. I think it looks great, but I'm not going to buy an Xbox for that game. Clockwork, I know people are excited for that. That's not my. I'm sure it'll be a fine game, but that's not for me. Blade's not canceled, as far as I'm aware. No. I told you guys, if State of Decay 3 was an Xbox exclusive, that may have done it. I hate to say that. I know a lot of people find that hard to believe, but that's the thing. The two games they showed that could have convinced me to potentially buy an Xbox, they still did say, like, these are still coming to PlayStation. I'm like, okay. It's really going to be a while. I think it's going to be what they show next year and the year after, where they're setting up next-gen exclusives. There very well could be a situation where I'm a day one buyer of both the PS6 and the next Xbox. But it really depends on what goes down. The fight, it may be Crackdown. Oh, Crackdown 4, they get me day one. The fight is just beginning again. Again, these are just like the kind of warm-ups. But starting next year, I think you're going to start to see some crazy shit. And yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna stop covering Xbox like they're a third-party publisher anymore, because they're not. Like, they're on this. They're back to where they were before, and they are back to being the main competitor of PlayStation. And what Xbox wants is for me to not necessarily buy State of Decay 3 on PlayStation or buy Halo on PlayStation. What Xbox wants is for me to buy the next Xbox. And I respect that. But I'm going to give them, I'm going to view that, I'm going to now, I have to now revert back to where, okay, I need to see you, I need to see what you got. And so, the final thing I guess I'll say in regards to this is, when I look at PlayStation, PlayStation definitely has some problems. We talk about that. But the core fundamental thing that brought me over to PlayStation, Sony still does right. And that is the I would just love to like talk to like Asha Sharma or so, or like off the record or something. Not that I ever could, but like or somebody like Matthew Ball, whoever, somebody who's in charge of it. And it's like, what are you guys gonna do about the fact that Sony, like, regardless of what people, regardless of what the internet says, like the internet clearly is not reflective of real life and real world results. It's like Sony, I know that they fucked up and we can point to their live service failings and stuff like that, but it's like Wolverine's going to kill it. God of War Lao Fei, while maybe it's not going to do as well as God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, is still going to kill it. Intergalactic, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it's like that's not going to be a bad game. I'm not saying it'll have the same hype as Uncharted or The Last of Us, but it's not going to be a bad game. And even something like Until Dawn 2 looks surprisingly competent from a new team, that being Firesprite. And we also don't know what else Sony's going to be planning for the, PlayStation 6 lineup going into that gen. I mean, we know we have Fizzant coming and stuff like that, but maybe Venom. We know there's another Astro game more than likely. Apparently, there's an Uncharted game in development. I just would like to know from Xbox's perspective, like, what are you going to do to combat those games? I do think Gears is like, okay, that is a start, and that'll do its own thing. Spider-Man 3 will probably be a PS6 exclusive, yeah. And I think, you have Forza, and that's doing its thing, which is great. And that's the I know, but that's the thing, Unico. Like, you're saying they have 40 studios, and that's true. But like, I look at all these smaller games, like mid to smaller games. When I say mid, I mean like double A, almost sometimes like indie-ish looking games. It's like, but how are they doing? And I know that for Xbox, they're like, that doesn't matter anymore. And that's fair, but it's like, I can't sit here and pretend that like those are the games that are going to sell consoles. Certainly not to me. So, I mean, I can enjoy some smaller games from time to time, but it's just, I guess I'm just trying to say that, like, truthfully, the only like game that I saw from Microsoft at this showcase that to me felt more like something that speaks directly to me is Senua. And that's like, to me, that's crazy that that's coming to PS5 because I'm like, bro, you guys just announced that. You could have made that exclusive. I think that's another contractual thing. But I can tell you, like, that would have been a game that if they're like, that's going to be a maybe a Helix game, you have my attention. So if they start doing, I don't know what the future of that series is going to be. If maybe Senua was the last one that's going to come to PS5, but it's like, I'll be paying attention, but I'm also not trying to. Even though here's the thing, I know the console wars are back. MVP Monster saying 40 Studios not one game of the year contender. Keep trying. Damn. I know the console wars are back, but I don't know. There's an angle to this that I don't know. We'll get into maybe another time. However, guys, we're at 22 members on the day. And listen, here's what we're doing. You ready? You ready? If you want to become a member, do so now. Drop memberships now if you want, because we are moving over to a members stream in 10 minutes. All right. We're doing a spontaneous. It's not going to be I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say it's going to be like an hour, 2 hour long member stream, but just be a little something. We'll hang out for a little bit. All right. So we have 10 minutes. No. Marvel's Wolverine. On rare occasion. No, it's not going to be another 4 hours. On rare occasion, Marvel's Wolverine. I still got to do a little something for my members. I can't not do anything. It was just a members lounge. Stop that. Stop making it sound like if I do a little members lounge occasionally, I'm locking content. Come on, man. Give me a break. I gave you 99.99% of all the content that matters on the channel. Even Irfan accepts it better. It'll probably just be like a half hour, 40-minute. But it'll probably be a short one. You know, it'll probably be short. I think that might be the trick, is just do these little short bursts, occasional, little random things. That's where the real wars happen. Exactly. Yeah. We're going scorched earth in there. You want to know what MBG really has to say? No, we'll test it out. I mean, if nobody shows up and nobody cares about it, then it'll just be redundant and unnecessary. Shitting some more on Xbox behind the curtain. Yes. Do you know how, like, you know what the truth is, though, man? If that's really what I was doing and I advertise it that way, I'd probably be so much more effective at getting people to become members. It's so funny. People think that's what's going on, but it's like, no, dude. No. Although, no, no, I can't do that. That's false advertising. I was gonna say that is what we're doing. Become a member, but then I'm like, no. They're gonna come in and be like, you lied. That's not what this is. I mean, we'll talk about. I don't know. We're gonna talk. We'll see what we talk about. But we got 7 minutes. You know what I gotta do though? I gotta stand up. My arm. I don't know why my arm is in this much pain. This radiculopathy is killing me, man. That's literally what it's called. It's radiculopathy. It's slowly getting better. All right. Oh, man. What is this, Irfan, that you're sending me? Oh my God, that is crazy, Irfan. Like, it do be like that, though. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? I actually haven't even gotten to start Pragmata, dude. I have it installed. I haven't even been able to boot it up. I haven't been able to game much lately. I've been so busy. There's been so much crazy shit going on, and that with all the streams. I plan on starting very soon, though. Listen, when it comes to these single player games, sometimes I'm too stressed. It's not even that I'm too stressed. It's just like there's constant shit I gotta do. I can't sit down for more than like 10 or 15 minutes, and I gotta go take care of something. So, but yeah, I'll be starting it soon. Pragmata is the game you need if you're stressed. By the way, guys, Ray just dropped the PO box numbers or address. If anybody wants to send me anything, don't send me stupid shit. I'm telling you now. Don't send me nothing stupid. But if you want to send anything over to the PO box, they're gonna send me an Xbox, aren't they? I swear to God, if somebody sends me an Xbox, they're gonna send me a box, an Xbox box, and inside it's gonna have a note saying "Get an Xbox." Can I send you a pair of shoes? No. No, don't send me a pair of shoes. I appreciate that, Top Shelf, but that's because you're probably gonna send me Xbox shoes or some shit. I know what you're doing. Yo, if somebody sent me the 25th anniversary Xbox, I'd keep that shit. Yeah, that would be sick. That's like one of the only that's like an exception for the Xbox stuff. Brand new Panda Dunks. All right. Guys, we got 5 minutes. All right, in 5 minutes, we're going over to a members lounge for a little bit. We're gonna be hanging out there. If you want to drop any members, now is the time to do it. If you want to become a member, send them an X-shaped litter box. Oh my God. What is wrong with you guys? No, that's not acceptable, Chris. That's not acceptable. Someone send MBG the Concord physical disc. Oh, man. Send them a broccoli costume. Do not send me a broccoli. I'm telling you now, I'm not wearing that shit. I'm serious. If I get a broccoli costume, I'm throwing it out. I'm not even acknowledging it was ever even sent. Don't waste your money. Don't waste your time or money. Sending it now. I'm sending Imogene an AI generated photo of Asha. That's totally unnecessary, man. Change the title after the stream. Oh, yeah. True. When we move over to the members. I probably should have just made it a 5-minute countdown. Standing here awkwardly waiting. Three-minute count. Oh man, I should probably just cancel this and make it 1 minute. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change it to be 1 minute because I'm just standing here. All right, this is it. Last shot. We got 1 minute. Last call. Any members? Now is the time to do it. We got 60 seconds. And then if you're a member, you'll get automatically redirected. I made it too long. We're going to the members lounge, Gaming Survivor. New crash also greenlit after Spyro. Was that confirmed? Oh man. Yeah, in 20 seconds, we're moving over to the members lounge. No, it's going to be a short one. Probably not long. All right, I'll see my members over there. Everybody else, I'll see you in the next one very soon. All right? Take care, guys.